Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the February 20th, 2024 meeting of the Chatham Select Board. Please note, this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, please notify the chair. Seeing none. Pursuant to Governor Healy's March 29, 2023 signing of the Acts of 2023, extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law, Chapter 38, subsection 20, until March 31st, 2025, this meeting of the Chatham Select Board is being conducted in person and via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceeding as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 1-508-945-4410, conference ID 203-386-491#, or join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. While this is a live broadcast and simulcast on Channel TV, which is Xfinity Channel 8 and 1072, despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide real-time access. We will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. First item of our agenda is to establish a quorum. Select Board Member Nicastro.
Present.
Select Board Member Davis.
Present.
Select Board Member Dykens.
Present.
Select Board Member Shell.
Present.
And Select Board Member Metters is present. So good evening, everyone. We have a relatively hearty agenda. In lieu of our very brief agenda last Tuesday was with the wonderful weather we had. So anyway, we will dive right into this. I'm going to start with the minutes. Approval of minutes for February 6, 2024. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move the minutes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Corrections, omissions? Shereen?
Yes, on page 4, it's full paragraph. Full paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the motion. Ms. Davis made a motion. At the end, it says, and the storage of hydraulics will not be permitted. I meant to say hydraulic oil not be permitted.
Okay. Additional corrections, omissions? None? All right. Select Board Member DeCastro?
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis?
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens?
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell?
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. Approval of minutes for February 13th, 2024. Motion to
Move
approve?
the minutes.
Second.
Second, okay. Corrections, omissions? Okay. All those in favor, Select Board Member DeCastro?
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis?
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens?
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell?
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. Public announcements and agenda item requests. Anything from the board? Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a request from the chairman of the Historical Commission, Mr. Messina, that there is currently an opening for an alternate member of that commission, and it would be very much in the interest of historic preservation if that could be filled. It would take us to the end of the current fiscal year, and then the person would be eligible for reappointment for a second year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional? Mike?
Yeah, at the most recent planning board meeting, there was an inquiry from the planning board. They're about to take up massing in a comprehensive way. They inquired and more or less directed the request to me of the select board what the concern was that had been expressed, which put that on their agenda a couple of years ago, I guess.
Dean?
I think that came from me, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, if I could just say, I think what drove me was a concern that there were an awful lot of properties where older homes were being taken down and demolished, and much larger homes were being put up on the same lots. And I know that has been a concern of a number of people in town. I know the Historical Commission has proposed some option for allowing older homes to be preserved with the possibility of adding a second structure on the same lot. I believe that was adopted at town meeting, but I don't know that anyone has taken advantage of that. But that's what drove my concern,
Yeah.
and the plan was referred to the planning board, and they, I think, adopted the term massing.
What we could do is just put it on our future agenda and kind of have a little more dialogue
Yeah.
and kind of clean it up so we can translate back to the planning board exactly what we want.
It's kind of
so they
taken a
can-
life of its own.
Yeah, but it's been a
over-
couple years, so no,
I just wanted to offer that comment. Thank you.
perfect.
Thank you.
Any additional comments from the board? Is there anyone from the audience in-house, which is one of our fullest audiences we've seen in a long time? We'll find out if that's a good or bad thing later, but. Anyone? Is there anyone online who has a public announcements or agenda item request?
No one online.
No one online, all right. So we're going to dive into a series of public hearings tonight. Public hearing 1 is to consider complaints of a nuisance dog at 48 Sylvan Way, South Chatham, and consider a fine increase which does not require public hearing. This was continued from February 13th, 2024, so we have opened up the public hearing. We read the notice, so procedurally, we've taken care of this. So we're going to hand it over to our animal control officer to kind of give us a little briefing on the discussion tonight.
Hello, my name is Diane Byers. I'm the Animal Control Officer for the Chatham Police Department. Tonight, I'm here to talk to you guys about the numerous and ongoing animal control complaints that have been occurring at 48 Sylvan Way, the property owned by Nadine Terrio. So in 2023, and that year alone, there were 43 animal control-related calls to service to that residence. Of those 43 calls, I issued 12 citations. Of the 12 citations, I believe 8 were for barking dogs and 4 were for loose dogs. It's to the best of my knowledge that none of those citations have been paid and that Nadine Terrio has taken no remedial action or made any effort to correct future violations from occurring. So I know the bulk of my report to the board mainly consists of the incidents in 2023, but if you look historically, these animal control incidents have been happening for years. For example, in 2022, there were 4 reported incidents of loose dogs, 4 reported incidents of loose livestock, 4 reported incidents of barking dogs. In 2021, there were 7 reported incidents of loose dogs, 4 reported incidents of loose livestock, and 2 reported dog bites by Terrio's dog Coda. And then in 2020, there were 8 reported incidents of loose livestock. Myself and the other members of the Chatham Police Department have shown a great deal with patience and understanding to Terrio, trying to get her to resolve these issues on her own. I've explained the town bylaws to her many times and given her numerous suggestions on how to correct them. But again, so far I've not seen any effort into preventing her dogs from barking and from keeping her dogs and her livestock on her own property. To date, the burden of her animal control issues have rested on her neighbors. For example, again, in 2021, there were 2 dog bites. One of those bites occurred when her dog Coda ran loose from her property into a neighbor's yard and attacked her neighbor's dog. The neighbors, in response to prevent another incident from that happening, installed fencing around the entire perimeter of their property. And when that incident occurred, Nadine told me that she would do the same, but to date, the only fencing that exists is where the Terrio property lines the bike path on Morton Road. And I've also explained to Terrio multiple times, if we look at the loose, especially the loose livestock cases, we have multiple livestock owners in town, some of which own horses. And in the 8 years I've been animal control officer, I can only recall a single incident in which a horse broke free from an owner's property. So I would say 1 or 2 incidents of loose animals in a couple years is an accident, but this many loose animals over the course of 4 years is what I would consider negligence and just a complete lack of responsible pet ownership on Terrio's behalf. And I've explained to her, a lot of these animal control calls, they're reports of horses, pigs, dogs running down Route 28 or on Morton Road. That's obviously not only a safety hazard to her animals, but a safety hazard to passing motorists who might hit an animal that large or swerve trying to evade an animal that large. So according to the town bylaw, chapter 115, section 6, failure to remedy dog nuisances may result in the issuance of penalties and other disciplinary actions voted by the select board, including but not limited to permanent confinement, banishment from the town, or destruction of the dog. I ask that the board require Terrio to install 6-foot fencing around the entirety of her property with a gated entrance to the driveway to prevent the ongoing complaints of dogs and various farm animals being loose in the public roadway. I also ask for the board's express support in increasing all future barking dog citations issued to the amount of $200 from $100, the authority granted to my position in the town bylaws, chapter 1, section 7D. The reason I was asking for that support is I've never written a $200 citation for a single violation. That would be a precedent for me, so.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. So just to be clear, you're asking us for the requirement of a fencing around the entire property,
Yes,
which is one of 3 options or one of 3 elements that we have under our current bylaw. And also, as you mentioned, the increase in fine, which was not requiring a public hearing, but
Correct.
and within our bylaw, you could go up to a $300 fine if you so choose. So, you know, I think we'll have that little discussion about that. But so you're looking for more of a support and doing a little bit more than what you
yes.
traditionally had a $100 fine,
Yes.
an increase of $200, which is completely within your jurisdiction anyway, but
Mm-hmm.
it's more of you haven't, as you mentioned, haven't actually gone to that level previous.
correct.
All right, cool. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open up to the public for any questions or comments. Sir, Mr. Riley.
Good afternoon, Bill Riley, on behalf of Nadine Terrio. I was provided from Sergeant Harris, the police report, and the notice was merely for a nuisance dog. There was no mention of the other animals on the property getting loose, so we we're not prepared to deal with that. Mrs. Terrio's had what we call sort of a terrible year. On April 28th, her husband passed away. On the same day, her mother passed away. She suffers from Crohn's disease. She's on Social Security disability. She has attempted to restrain the dog, but the dog is a watchdog. And she has, as you know, a fairly large property. And the dog is a guard dog by nature. And so it protects the animals from coyotes and foxes and things. So in speaking with her for today, she's going to take 2 steps. One is making sure that the dog is restrained at all times when, unless she's accompanying the dog, it will be restrained either at her barn where the horses are or up at her house. The sort of the mystery of these complaints, there's a little bit of a neighborhood thing going on down there as well. All the complaints come from a single neighbor. She has 3 neighbors. There's the Labonte family, which is actually closer to her property. The Santiago property, which is family which is immediately behind the South Chatham Fire Department building. And the Ellis family, which is on the other side. And all the complaints have come from the Santiago family. So the Labontes and the Ellises, who are arguably, the same distance from her house, have never filed a complaint. And in Sergeant Harris's report, she mentions, I guess you guys probably haven't seen this, but she mentions in her narrative that the officers respond to all complaints, and some of them are, to use her word, unfounded. So what I would ask you to do is, in consideration for the kind of year Mrs. Terrio is having, to put this on hold. Ms. Terrio has told me that she's found an alternate home for the dog up in New Hampshire on a farm, but the dog can't go up there until May 1st. So I'd like to, if you would, consider it, put the matter on hold, and give her an opportunity to relocate the dog. And, working with Officer Byers to see if her plans to restrain the dog are effective. So that would be my request for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Riley. Any other comments from the audience in-house? Is there anyone online?
No one online.
Okay. To the board, any thoughts, questions? Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is Diane, does you have any response to Mr.?
Yes, the only correction I would like to make to his statement is that the Santiagos are not the only reporting party who have made complaints against Terrio. There have been multiple other reporting parties who wish to remain anonymous. So if you were to get the police report, they wouldn't be included, their names or addresses wouldn't be included. But there have been multiple reporting parties, not just the Santiagos.
Is this a farm property?
She does have a farm, yes.
So Mr. Riley has questioned, I guess, the hearing notice because it's limited to complaints of a nuisance dog. So the concerns about the other animals, I suspect he would challenge if we were to, am I reading you correct, Mr. Riley? That if we were to undertake any action that relates to the other animals as opposed to this dog.
I'm informing you of the loose livestock just to paint a broader picture of how often loose animals are loose from that property. But again, in 2023 alone, the dogs were loose 4 times. There's pictures of it, video evidence of it in the past that's resulted in dog bites. So even sticking with just the dog-related cases, I believe that fencing should be required. Nadine has 4, maybe 5 dogs total. But overall, for the safety of passing motorists and her animals, I think the fencing would be good for all of the animals on the property.
So your concern is not limited to just one dog?
Correct. Typically, it is one dog that is loose and in the roadway. Sometimes it's 2.
Yeah, there's no name of the dog recited in the hearing notice.
That would be Coda.
Yeah, but I would assume that could apply to any dog
Right.
on the property. Do you have any opinion as to a recommendation regarding the proposal that Mr. Riley has put forward, which is basically to relocate the dog in May, but up until then, for the property owner to keep some measure of confinement to the dog, either on a leash, I guess, or in the barn or in the house?
So the problem with the leash idea for me is that Nadine has been leaving her dog tied up outside at all hours of night, sometimes as early as 2, 3 in the morning, late at night, 10, 11 in the evening. And that's what results in the dog barking because it's left unattended. Sometimes no one is home or no one is able to be summoned from within the home, either by phone call or police knocking on the door. So I'm not sure physically restraining the dog with a leash is necessarily a solution to preventing the dog barking violations.
Okay. And you have, and by the way, Mr. Riley, we do have Sergeant Harris's report. So in the, you had 11 criminal complaints of $100 each, $1,300. They have not been paid.
No,
And what does it take to enforce them? You have to go into district court?
yes,
do
I
that?
believe that she submitted that to Orleans District Court because
Okay.
they've not been paid for,
Okay, and that would require a hearing at the courthouse?
yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Additional questions or comments from the board? Anyone?
Sure. Corey, thanks. You know, this is ostensibly, after Attorney Riley's comments, a difficult decision, but frankly, not really, given the facts. If you look at the facts, this dog and the dogs and the livestock as well have been a public nuisance for quite some time. You've documented it well. And I think your request to build a fence to contain the livestock and the dogs is a reasonable one. So I would weigh in on that side of the coin here. I've been here as a select board member, a selectman for a long time, and I've never heard a case like this, and it's clearly, you know, egregious. So, and I respect Mr. Riley, and I certainly respect his opinion and his input and her circumstances. However, there's public interest here, and the public interest, I believe, outweighs any personal interest, if you will, as harsh as that sounds. Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Would you like to comment? Yep. Go ahead, Mr. Riley, yep.
Aside from the expense of putting up a fence, the officer just testified that the dog is restrained and is outside and the dog barks. So what is a fence going to do for that? The dog will still be outside and the dog will bark. So one of the things Ms. Terrio is doing is she's going to buy, but they have these bark collars they put on dogs to give the dog a little electric shock when they bark, tries to stop them from barking. So that's something that she's going to try next. But the real answer is the relocation of the dog. Spending thousands of dollars on a fence, which just leaves the barking dog outside, is not a way to resolve this matter. And given the past year in Mrs. Terrio's life, it's an expense she cannot afford. I'm going to help her with the court complaints to see if we can get those resolved once and for all. But the idea of ordering the installation of a fence that she can't afford and wouldn't solve the barking dog problem, I think is really a mistake. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Riley, you kind of hit right on one thing I was thinking, and I just wanted to just follow up one comment. It's a barking dog. I don't see anything in the police records of it attacking anything. It's more of a nuisance. It's a nuisance in a
It's a
noise
nuisance
complaint.
dog.
So
That's actually,
but it's
that's a category.
It's a nuisance. I
dog is
get
a
it.
category.
And I'm just trying to be very realistic. I think these are tough situations for the board. We never enjoy doing these things. There's a lot of emotional feelings and whatever. If the property owner hasn't paid several $100 fines, having them pay for a fence that's going to cost thousands of dollars, I don't think is realistically going to happen in the next couple of months. I'm not totally opposed to continuing this for 3 months. If the dog is relocated, that's really the end of the nuisance issue.
Right.
If we require the property owner to put up the fence, and they do not put up the fence, then we're going to be back here in how many months forcing it, and then this is going to continue and continue. So if it's a matter of a couple months that the dog's going to find a new home, which might be the simplest remedy of it,
Yeah, it's a farm up in New Hampshire.
if that's the case, and there's follow-through on that case, I would be more inclined to continue it for a couple months to have that finalized.
Right.
But if it's not finalized in those 3 months, I think the board would be more inclined to impose the fence, which may or may not pan out in the long run. But those are my thoughts. So Jeff, you want to do a follow-up? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I commiserate. But I think there needs to be a probationary period here. I mean, if she's going to really make a commitment to housing the dog, restraining the dog, keeping it either in the barn or in the house and bark-free, then let's see what happens in the next 2 months. I'm making it up, the next 6 weeks or whatever, and we'll see how it goes and revisit it. But there's got to be a commitment there. The list of, Bill, I was just struck by the frequency and the list of the number of incidents. I've never seen these. We've never seen these before. That's a lot of action. It is. Come on.
I understand, and we're not contesting.
okay.
Excuse me, we're not contesting them. We're just
Right. And I do believe there's a public interest here, well served by restraining the dog and the other livestock. So if she makes a commitment, I think if she makes a commitment to do as she says, and there's a probationary period, then I think we revisit it in a couple months. But if she doesn't, then what do we do?
No, I understand. It's a difficult situation. But as I say, she's told me that she's found a home for the dog, but the dog can't move up there until May 1st. So.
Mike.
I have the same problem everybody else does, but I'll have a go at it. There's a pattern here of recalcitrance, I'll call it. And I note that at least one of the complaints antedates the date that you mentioned, the very sad passing of her relations occurred. The other thing is, I don't hear you telling us what you've done in terms of, other than hear what she has to say about the other aspects of the animal control officer's reports regarding the other animals. Why do I get into all
in the
of
first place, nobody has mentioned the other animals to me, and it's not contained in Sergeant Harris's report. So we weren't aware that that was a problem.
Well, I'm not going to get into a debate
And I'll
with you
tell
on
you,
the subject.
I did call Officer Byers and did not get a return call.
All right.
Then I got a return call from Sergeant Harris, and I got her report.
There's an issue here, whether it's properly documented or whatever. We have an indication from the officer that this is not limited to one dog. Okay, I'm not debating with you. What I'm saying is that delaying everything against the promise that one dog is going to go to New Hampshire in 2 or 3 months doesn't necessarily tell us that this will not continue to be a problem. Never mind the issue of the 3 months. I would be more inclined, and I don't want to upset what my colleagues are willing to do here. If they're willing to put this off for 3 months, I will go along with that. But as a practical matter, if you came up here and said, the one thing I know about and can speak to is the dog's going to New Hampshire next week, I'd be more inclined to say, yes, I enthusiastically support that. 3 months, to me, is just, frankly, with all due respect, it sounds, I know it may not be on your part, but it sounds to me like a delaying tactic in light of everything I'm looking at in this record.
Well, I can tell you it's not a delaying tactic. Mrs. Terry was in the process of attempting to find a buyer for her property, but we don't know exactly what's going to happen with that. But the issue that was brought to me and contained in this and in the notice from the selectmen was about a nuisance dog. And so that's what I was prepared to deal with today. And so I think raising other issues, I understand it's not a question of, sticking our head in the sand. I did try to reach Officer Byers, and the return call I got from Sergeant Harris. So I tried to find out what the issues were so I could address them more directly.
Do you have a position with respect to the request for authority to increase the fines from $100 to $200?
Well, I guess, she's not particularly able to pay the $100 fines, which is one reason why they're sitting there. As I indicated, her income is Social Security disability and a post office pension. And so and as I say, she's lost her husband and her mother, and her husband was in a long debilitating disease, Parkinson's disease. So it wasn't something that happened on that day, April 28th, it's something that preceded that. So it's been a particularly tough time in her life. But she still has responsibilities, and she's supposed to meet them. And I agree, and we've talked about them. So that's why she's going to get a bark collar for the dog, and she's going to restrain the dog. So, what you want is to have the dog confined inside, except when, so if the dog goes outside and barks at a fox or a coyote or something, that's why the only way to solve the problem is to move the dog. And that's what she's going to do.
Okay, Dean, you had your hand up first, and then Shereen.
Yeah, Bill, why does it take 2 months to relocate the dog, this particular dog?
Because the place where the dog is going is in the process of being purchased by the people who are going to take the dog. And so it's after they take ownership of it, that they can move the dog up there.
So the report of Sergeant Harris refers to more than one dog. And as I mentioned before, the notice simply says, regarding complaints of a nuisance dog. It's in the singular, but I don't, do you take the position that the notice is insufficient to cover any dog other than Coda?
I don't want to put too fine a point on it. In my conversations with Mrs. Theriot, the only dog she mentioned as a problem was Coda. There's another dog, but apparently he's a small dog. I guess he doesn't bark. I only know what my client has told me. And there's nothing in the report that would identify the second dog. I know she has 2 dogs, but I believe that the problem animal is the large
There were
guard
just two,
dog.
there were just 2 dogs?
They're just 2 dogs. Well, that's what I was told, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Shereen.
Thanks. In the police report, it does say with loose dogs and ongoing barking on too many occasions, so it's referring to dogs, not just Coda. This is really a tough one because the request of what we're being asked, the fence and the fine, I don't think is going to happen in any time frame that we'd expect would be timely to, it's not going to happen tomorrow. And it sounds like there's a lot of financial and emotional hardship going on with Mrs. Theriot. And, I think the best solution is, instead of having to keep coming back, is to, I'm not kicking the can down the road, but give it a couple months and see if Coda does leave. And if Coda doesn't, then we're back here to deal with it. As far as we can discuss the fine increases at another time, like later on, I don't think that's relevant to this, but, that's where I would land with this for now. I think it's a very difficult situation. I feel that there has to be some accountability of the dog owner and the animal owner, and Mr. Riley is proposing that, and I think that probably would be the best solution for now.
I fully agree. I think you nailed it right on the head. I think we're being realistic about the expectation of what can be done from a financial burden. There seems to be a suggestion that there may be some future transition to the property anyway, which would potentially change that or address some of the other situations. So certainly no, I agree, not kicking the can down the road, but giving it a couple-month review, I think is a more realistic approach to this, and I would support that. Jeff, you had here?
Yeah, and I agreed that a couple months, I think, to give her a shot at restraining the dog and getting the zap collar, the bark collar on. Let's see what she does. I'd give it to March 31st. I'm making it up, but I'd give it to March 31st. See how she does.
Dean.
I'd like to ask a question of the animal control officer. So Diane, your memo indicates that, and your materials indicate that under the town bylaw, the select board can order the banishment of the dog from the town.
Yes.
Is that also permissible under state law? Because I was looking at the statute last week, and I thought it said something to the opposite. I always thought you could.
In my experience, the town bylaws mirror the state laws typically. I don't know the express state law where
Okay.
that would be stated. I don't think that banishing the dog, again, when she owns multiple dogs, is necessarily the answer. I think the answer is just in her overall pet ownership, just being more accountable to keeping them on her property and keeping them quiet.
In your experience dealing with this problem, have there been more than just 2 dogs? Mr. Rowley indicated there were just 2.
I believe there are 4, if not 5, last time I was there, which was last month.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Actually, one other statement I'm going to make, we can discuss later, like the concept of fines, but in general, the bylaw allows you to go up to $300, and I don't think you should be coming to this board, periodically getting support for something that's already on the books. You have
Okay.
you have a duty. We trust your discretion. I think it's in the best interest, and if we had an issue with going $200 or $300, we would change the bylaw. So it's on the books. Just you have
Understood.
That's strictly my opinion. So, would someone like to entertain a motion? Who wants to be the
Sure. I move that we allow Nadine Terrio to, do her thing with her dogs, knowing that by March 31st or prior, she must restrain the dogs either to the house or the barn and use a barking collar, I don't know what you call it, a bark collar, by March 31st. And if she hasn't done that by March, this is a very poorly worded motion, and I apologize in advance here, or in arrears, I should say, but if she hasn't done that by March 31st, we have to come back and revisit the issue.
Okay, procedurally, second, and then for further discussion.
Second.
Second, okay, further discussion.
Kathy, would you read that back, please? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay, for Mike.
Well, I'm just curious, I thought we were continuing this against an offer from her counsel that they were going to have an interim solution to the problem pending the dogs being moved to New Hampshire,
This one,
which in
actually.
my mind means the collar goes on immediately, the restraints are imposed immediately to eliminate the problems, and that if by March 31st, we haven't heard back from Ms. Byers, we'll accept that as the solution. Is that what everybody
Actually,
understood?
yes, can I just throw a suggestion out, and town manager can, maybe mechanically, the best option for us is to continue this public hearing until like Tuesday, April 2nd. I'm just picking the next Tuesday. Well, do you want to go March, April, May? I'm just saying, we'll continue the public hearing. That way we don't have to redo all the re-advertising and everything. I think it may be the cleanest way is just to continue this public hearing to a date certain. And I'm throwing Tuesday, April 2nd as a date.
That's good.
Which means to me that we will have Ms. Byers back here and she'll report on any issues or problems or
Right, and
whatever.
it'll be satisfied or we can take further action.
Perfect.
All right?
Understood.
Then I'll entertain a motion to continue the public hearing.
So moved.
Yeah.
With
Second.
those contingencies, yes.
Second.
All right.
Thank you. Yep.
All right, perfect. All those in favor, Select Board Member DeCastro.
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens.
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell.
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. So we will continue this to April 2nd.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next is the second public hearing that we continued from February 13th. Tree warden, removal of 3 shade trees, sycamore maples, in town right-of-way along Old Harbor Road adjacent to 19 Old Wharf Road. Again, we opened this hearing last week, read the public notice, so we are all fine with that. There were 2 letters in the packet. Jeff, would you want me to read them? Do you want to read them? No, they were handed out to all of us, or, yeah, Ray, I got them here too.
This is just a continued hearing, Mr. Chairman, so.
It's a continued hearing, but the letters from the public, it is a public hearing, so we generally read any letters. And to note, there were no letters at the previous public
one in the
hearing,
back.
so,
Okay. All set, Corey?
please, yes, please.
Dear Chatham Board of Selectmen, this is Ron Hurl. My name is Ronald Hurl. I have lived roughly 50 yards across the street from the 3 trees in question at 19 Old Wharf Road for 40 years. I fully support the removal of the dead, diseased trees and also appreciate the fact that the owners plan to plant over 50 native holly trees in their place. These hollies will attract birds and help feed them for many years to come. Thank you for consideration, and please do not hesitate to contact me with any questions. Respectfully submitted, Ronald Hurl, 709 Old Harbor Road, Chatham, Mass. And we have another letter as well from Russell Herndon. I am writing to you regarding the scheduled meeting to discuss the removal of the 2 diseased trees on Old Harbor Road which abut 19 Old Wharf Road in North Chatham. I would ask that you include this email with other information that is being prepared for the Selectmen's review of this matter on February 13th, 2024. It's on the 20th. My wife Jennifer and I live across the street of 19 Old Wharf Road at 18 Old Wharf Road. We would like to state that we fully support the removal of the 2 trees in question, that's bolded, on Old Harbor Road. We routinely walk by those 2 trees, and it doesn't take an arborist to see that they are diseased and on their last leg. The trees look very sickly, and if anything, detract from the aesthetic of the street and the surrounding area. We appreciate that the owners of the house at 19 Old Wharf are planning to use native species to landscape their property and are fully supportive of that plan. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions or need additional information. Best regards, Russell and Jennifer Herndon.
Thank you, yes.
Didn't we have another letter that somebody was opposing the tree removal? Thought I saw that come through. I was trying to find it.
The only letter I kind of remember, I thought Friends of Trees wrote a letter, but I know Dee Dee's in the audience, correct?
No, I think,
But
Dee Dee's there.
Dee Dee's here.
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
On January 23rd, held a hearing for the removal of these trees, open to the public. It was held in this building. At that time, there were verbal objections, a verbal objection expressed to the removal of these trees, and thus that's what has triggered the discussion here this afternoon. If someone opposes that or opposes the removal of the trees or a decision by the tree warden, the appeal process is to the Board of Selectmen in the town of Chatham to hear this matter. So that's what brings us here this evening.
Mr. Chair, I think it was Maria Santoro wrote a letter, and I don't know if it came through today. No? I don't know if it was her.
I know we've received a lot of
I
correspondence.
know, there was a
coming through.
lot today. Okay, well, I don't remember it.
All right, if we do.
I can't find it, so
If we do have something, we'll add it to the packet at the very least.
I do have something from, it looks like November 2nd, 2023, that she sent.
Okay, that was a past, that was. from the
Yes,
past.
Okay.
thank
and it
you.
was forwarded to you all
All
at
right.
that time.
Okay, thank you. Dan, you want to give a little bit, kind of a brief, like,
Be happy to. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Dan Tobin, the acting tree warden for the town of Chatham. As mentioned just a few minutes ago, there was a request to remove these trees. I have a representative from the Bartlett Tree Company who will be talking in a little bit more detail to you about that. The request prompted a tree warden hearing that was held on January 23rd. We had a discussion about the trees and the proposed mitigation for the removal of those trees at that time. That was unsatisfactory to the public members present, and thus forwarding this to the board for consideration here this afternoon. So with that, I might ask you to entertain Mr. Craig Schneeberger from the Bartlett Tree Company, who is representing the property owner at this location. He can describe what the situation is with the current trees and what is being proposed for a landscape plan in mitigation of the removal of these trees.
all right, wonderful. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Quick question to the select board. Do you all have this in front of you? Okay, fantastic. I'd like to bring over some pictures that I took. I imagine you all didn't get to visit these trees, and so I'd like to bring over some photos that you all could take a look at while I'm discussing the trees, if that's all right.
No, that's fine. And we do have some pictures in our packet. I mean,
Okay. Yeah, these are going to be a little bit more in tune with what I want to talk about, which is decay, structural issues.
Okay.
Disease. All right, so first things first, my name's Craig Schneeberger. I am a Bartlett Tree Experts representative and a certified arborist. And I was invited onto this property in 2023. This is a property that's been under construction since 2021. And I was invited in 2023 to assess these trees, essentially, to give my feedback as far as what their condition looks like, and then to go further and to investigate any conditions I see that might be possible as far as concern. I immediately noted that there was decay and cankers within these trees, and so structural concerns. I looked into the canopy, and I saw a fair amount of dead dieback and dead limbs and such. So I made the proposition that we test the soil for a common fungus that isn't too common to knowledge outside of being a Bartlett representative. And it's a disease called Phytophthora, which is a fungal disease. It's actually an oomycete, but we'll call it a fungal disease to keep it simple. And what this does is it basically is in the soil. It's due to excessive moisture, and it's a condition that once it's there, it's permanent. It never goes away, not until you remove the trees, remove the roots, and remove all of the soil in the process. So we took the tests, we sampled the roots, did 6 bags of root samples, sent them down, and all 6 bags came back positive for Phytophthora. So at that point in time, I talked to the customer again and said if these were my trees, I would want them out of here. You've got property, you've got liability, you've got safety concerns, and unfortunately, I don't see a long lifespan for these trees moving forward. So in that process, she decided that she was going to plant 52 native holly trees, American holly trees, which I think is fantastic. That's much greater than the general 2-to-1 ratio for mitigation that's requested from the town. It's actually very much over the top. So we attended the hearing, as Dan mentioned, and at that hearing, we got some extremely valuable feedback. We got Friends of Trees saying, hey, listen, we like the number, but we don't like just the monoculture species. Can you do something different? And so we've come back, had to find my pointer. We came back with a plan, and this is the updated plan, with adding 9 more, and there's actually 10 more spruce trees that are going to be included. There's one that's already on the property that was designed as a Christmas tree for the holidays. But so we've got 3 spruces here, 3 spruces here, 3 spruces here. The hollies are going to be staggered. That was another valuable point that Friends of Trees brought up. They didn't want it to be in a single hedgerow. I'm not sure that that's really the purview for us to make that decision of how people plant on their property. It's more about, are we being mitigated properly? But nonetheless, they did listen, the customer did listen, and is going to stagger those trees so there's a little bit more of a natural look to it. In addition to that, the customer is also going to add 33 native Winterberry hollies, which is a shrub layer. And those are going to be these little X's here, here, and out into here. So that's pretty much the scenario that's playing out right now. I would seriously recommend having these trees removed and going along with such a robust replanting plan. I mean, this is a win for the town any way you look at it. The trees, yes, on town property are being paid for if approval is given by the customer to do all of this mitigation, to remove the trees, remove root source and remove all of the soil and mitigate for that Phytophthora prior to planting anything further. That's about what I've got for you.
Okay. No, just to make a couple quick comments. I think, the mitigation ratio is extremely generous. I mean, I remember serving on the planning board and different ratios we used to impose on different, projects. So having that amount of, plantings is gonna be a benefit, a great benefit. The only question I want to ask, and this one's going to be a little bit off the cuff because I'm thinking many, many years off down the road, are any of these plantings 10 years, 15, 20 years down the road going to need any maintenance? Because as the town knows, we've had some issues with different plantings that have grown up over many decades, and now we're dealing with trying to trim things back for public safety and whatever. Is there anything that we've got to keep in mind now, or is there any conditions we can put in now so that in 10, 15, 20 years that we can have a little more teeth?
Currently, these trees that we're discussing are on, half town property, half customer's property. All of the planting that's going to occur is going to be within the customer's property.
Okay.
So that's going to be offset, and for good reason, because we've got a corner here and such like that. We've got to have it pulled away so that you can make a turn. So, yes, that's all been considered.
Perfect. All right. Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Dan. So, Dan, the only reason this is before us is because half the trees are within the town layout, right? They're on town property.
Yes,
so we're
a street tree or a shade tree under the Chapter 87 definition is, lies within the town layout. These particular trees straddle the border to some sense between the homeowner's property and the town road layout there.
If they were fully on the property owner's lot, they could just take them down.
We would not be here to discuss that. The shade tree law only applies to those trees that lie within the town road layout on town-owned roads. This doesn't apply to private roads either, so.
So just a question, Mr. Schneeberger, I'm sorry. In your report, you say that the impact of the construction activities has likely created root damage. So I'm wondering, how consequential was the damage caused by the construction activity versus the natural progress of the disease in these trees?
So the disease in the trees is pre-existing and prior to 2021, I would say with confidence. To receive 6 samples back that were all Phytophthora positive, that's substantial. That's a lot of Phytophthora in the soil. The construction that I'm mentioning is the only location that they could put the septic system on the property was at the base of these trees. Okay. So that's the construction damage I'm referring to. And so the Phytophthora was already there prior.
And in the remediation that you're proposing, you refer to amendments. So I assume that means completely replacing the diseased soil?
You got it.
Okay. I just say, I visited those trees about a week or so ago when this first came before us. And there are 3 trees, one on either side. The ones on either side have really big cankers on them. Mm-hmm. The one in the middle has a smaller canker. And you can tell from looking at the canopy, and it's not hidden by leaves now at this time of the year. They're not in great shape. If they were on my property, I would take them down, mm-hmm. without even regard to the Phytophthora. But anyway, I'm anxious to hear what others have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mike?
Just one question, I guess it's for you, Dan. I assume when we talk about liability, given that these are partially at least on town property, it would be our liability if there were a damage or an injury or whatever.
That is the case, yes, and there would be concern for that, and ultimately, if they become deceased, if they weren't removed and become deceased, it would be incumbent upon the town to have them removed, yes.
Jeff?
Thank you, Corey. And so, Dan, your recommendation is that we should approve their removal?
I think from the hearing, obviously the trees are in great decline. The mitigation, which has been only enhanced since we talked at the January 23rd meeting, I think is an improvement. There are certainly a substantial number of plants that are proposed or trees that are going to be installed on this property. So I think the ratios that were mentioned, far exceeded what is normally the case in a tree situation like that.
Yeah, the mitigation plan is really good. Does Friend of Trees want to say anything?
I'm going to go to the public for sure. Anyone?
You go ahead first.
All right. Public comment, Dee Dee.
I will be very brief, I promise. Dee Dee Holt, Friends of Trees. This is what the shade tree law is meant to do. I mean, it's been on the books in the Commonwealth for over 100 years, and it's meant to protect trees that are owned by the town, in the roadway layout. As such, Friends of Trees hates to see any trees come down, particularly ones, that are on town property. But in this case, based on what Craig has said, I should say, based on the mitigation plan or the replanting plan that the property owner is proposing, and that she listened at the meeting and has even made the plan better, it would be very hard pressed for us to come out against what the property owner is proposing. So I just wanted to clarify that since the last meeting, our position on that hasn't changed at all, that I understand Ms. Santoro's position. Hate to see the trees come down, but on the other hand, in this particular case, I think the wildlife benefit and habitats will be improved by what the property owner is proposing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in how, yes.
Hi, Maria Santoro. I live over in North Chatham, and I've been walking by these trees for about 10 years now. They're beautiful trees. I understand what Bartlett Tree is saying. I'm not a tree expert, but I've looked into the disease that they're saying the trees have. It's also a disease that the trees could have had for 10 years, and they may have for another 20 years. You can't tell with this type of disease. They're beautiful trees. They're on partial town property, which is also Massachusetts law, that they should be replaced with a similar tree, a shade tree, not necessarily 61, 58 holly shrubs or bushes, whatever they are. I just feel strongly that this is a really unfortunate situation where the property owner does have very deep pockets, has had a vision, and that's what's happening here. I just think it's really unfortunate. And I think, town officials are supposed to set the boundaries and really, help this town to keep some of its integrity. And it's just unfortunate to see this happening because they don't see these 3 trees. They're beautiful maple trees. And like I said, I've been walking by them for 10 years, and unfortunately probably won't be because this is kind of what's happening to Chatham. Yeah, do they have a disease? Yeah, again, repeating myself, could have had it for 10 years. They may outlive the property owner. It's just how it is, and I just really don't agree with it. So.
Well, thank you. Additional comments? Is there anyone online? Sorry.
There's no one online with their hand up.
Okay.
Hi, Liz Schenka, 615 Old Harbor Road. I just want to echo Maria's thoughts. I wish these could be replaced with a tree of greater girth or equal girth instead of bushes. There is not one thing, maybe a shingle on that property that is from the original beautiful building, and I was hoping that the least we could get was those 3 trees remaining. I've lived here year-round 55 years, and it's just really upsetting that I understand they're not particularly healthy, but I just had to speak up because it's heartbreaking that she's gonna get what she wants. Thanks.
Okay. Any additional comments from the public? To the board. Yep.
I just have a question for Mr. Schneeberger. So 2 citizens brought up the rationale of why these maples weren't replaced with maples or something similar. What was the rationale behind that?
Preference, I think that the customer has a choice to do mitigation and doesn't want to have leaf cleanup,
Okay.
to be honest with you.
And I guess we don't have that sort of, there's no statute that says it has to be replaced by the exact same tree.
We don't. We generally, in town, like to see native trees replaced when when replacement is done, but there isn't a specificity, to do deciduous trees versus evergreen trees in those kind of situations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, final comments from the. Yeah, actually, you have to come to the podium, please. Yeah, take your time, take your time.
No running with.
I just was wondering, has the property owner accepted any kind of responsibility that what they've done has contributed to the problem? I take that as a no.
I haven't had that conversation with her, no.
Okay. It's been endless. I'll just say that.
I was just nudged to mention that, and this is rightfully so. I mean, we're trying to replace with native species here, and we are replacing with native species here, and these 3 trees are invasive. They're part of that whole push that we're all trying to make, which is to replant with native and remove invasives. So sycamore maples are listed as an invasive species. That's worth mentioning.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
Just, what is that, excuse me, Craig, does that mean just it's not desirable to replace with the same tree, or that it's somehow prohibited, or what is that? I mean, in some cases, invasive is, you can't do it.
Invasive is you can't do it. You can't buy Norway maples, burning bushes, sycamore maples. You can't, it's mass law that you can't replant with invasive species.
Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Craig Capel. I'm the husband of the property owner, and I just wanted to respond to the comment about the property owner taking responsibility for the placement of the septic. And as you all probably very well know, the septic people come out, survey the land, figure out the best placement for the septic. That gets approved by the building inspector and the health department. And we, in preparation for this meeting, we spoke with all of those people, and they said that based on the topography of your land, there was no other place for the septic system. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right. To the board. Dean?
Well, I'm going to support the recommendation of the acting tree warden. When the Friends of Trees stand up and say that essentially they find the remediation proposal, I don't want to put words in Dee Dee's mouth, but they certainly are agreeable proposals. And I just think these trees are not in good shape. Yeah, maybe they'll last a few more years. I doubt that they'd last another 10 years. I think it's lucky that they've lasted as long as they have. So I'm going to offer a motion that that the board accept the recommendation of the acting tree warden and approve the removal of these 3 trees.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Further discussion and support the remediation plan?
Yes, I'll add that to the motion,
All right. All right, further discussion?
assuming Mr. Dykens accepted that as a second.
You second?
do.
All right, thank you very much. Unless there's further discussion, all those in favor, Select Board Member Nicastro.
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens.
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell.
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. Thank you very much for your input tonight, folks. Next public hearing, this one is a new one for us, so I will ask our clerk to kindly read the public notice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Notice is hereby given that the Chatham Select Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, February 20th, 2024, at 5:30 PM in the large meeting room at the Town Office Annex 261 George Ryder Road, Chatham, and remotely via Microsoft Teams platform to consider a request for a change of premise to the annual all-alcoholic beverages hotel innkeeper's license for a TPG Chatham Beverages, doing business as the Chatham Wayside Inn, 512 Main Street. All interested parties are encouraged to participate. Signed, the Select Board.
Thank you very much. Do we have a representative here tonight?
Yes, we do. Hello, good evening, Select Board members, and of course, members of the public. My name is Cletus Pancham. I am the Area General Manager for Chatham Wayside Inn and also the Chatham Greyfinch Inn. And the purpose of our meeting is basically when we did our original filing, the wrong diagram was used, a clerical error on our part. So we'd like to correct that. We'd also like to point out that our current renovation is cosmetic, and we're doing flooring, carpeting, etc., a little bit of rearranging, no major structural changes at the property. All necessary permits for what we're doing have been pulled and approved by the town. Our total seating capacity will remain the same. With just moving it around, the bar is going to be larger with 26 seats. We're increasing that from 9, and the restaurant will stay at 273. So the total 299 seats that we have will not be increased nor decreased. We're just changing it around internally.
All right, thank you. And just to be clear, there is a little bit of constructional amendments to the bar, so you're gonna have a little bit of a larger structural bar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
That doesn't impact, the structural stuff doesn't impact the license at all. It's
No,
just a clerical error or was an admin error or something?
Well,
I mean,
well, maybe I know Shauna is not here, but, she is here.
hi, Shauna.
So if I understand, there's some renovation into the interior going on. I think some of the renovations, which is more cosmetic and stuff, they're not structurally as far as the interior walls and stuff like that, but
No,
there's
it's
some
just that
cosmetic stuff that's gonna make some.
The floor plan of the premise needs to match the floor plan on file with the ABCC.
Thank you.
Shauna.
Thank you. All right. Thoughts from the board, any comments? Yep, all right. Is there anyone from the public in-house who would like to make a comment tonight? None. Is there anyone online who would make a comment?
No.
All right. Now back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the request as presented.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Select Board Member Nacastro?
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis?
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens?
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell?
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, board members.
Next public hearing.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm recusing myself
All
from
right,
this.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Notice is hereby given that the Chatham Select Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, February 20th, 2024, at 5:30 PM in the large meeting room at the Town Office Annex 261 George Ryder Road, Chatham, and remotely via Microsoft Teams platform, to consider a request for a new seasonal wine and malt beverages only restaurant license for OPADAD LLC, doing business as Elwood's Raw Bars, 309 Orleans Road. All interested parties are encouraged to participate. Signed, the Select Board.
Thank you very much. I believe a representatives.
Hello, board members. I'm Tanya Khalil, owner of Elwood's Raw Bars.
And I'm David Eldridge, the other owner, co-owners.
All right. We'll give a little brief presentation.
Yes. So we have had a raw bar catering business for 13 years. We started in 2010, basically going to cocktail parties, weddings, opening shellfish. So this is going to be an extension of our catering company because we're moving our catering location from our present one. So we are going to be offering a raw bar experience. So our menu is a variety of raw oysters, little necks, shrimp cocktail, lobster roll, clam chowder, grilled oysters, beer, wine. We've been approved for 33 seats. And a big part of this experience is people can enjoy, shellfish-friendly wines, have a cold draft beer. Our hours of operation, again, seasonal, May till end of October, November. Hours like 3 to 8 or 8:30. That's our.
All right, well, great, thank you. It is a public hearing, so I'm going to start off with the public. Anyone in the house tonight would like to make a comment, question? Seeing none, is there anyone online who has a question or comment?
No.
All right, now over to the board. Jeff?
Yeah, this is a new license, maybe we can hear from Shauna for a second, a new seasonal wine and malt. We have the bandwidth to do this?
Yes, seasonal restaurant licenses are at the determination of the board. There's no quota for those.
Super, thanks, Shauna.
Okay, Dean?
Oh, sorry. Do we have to specify the hours of operation in the license?
No.
So what does that mean?
You can condition off hours on a license, but normal operating hours are permissible in the state from in the town from 8 a.m. until 1 a.m. And Sundays, with permission of the board, from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move approval of this license application as requested.
All right, do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, further discussion? If not, all those in favor, Select Board Member Nacastro.
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens.
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell.
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metters says aye. Good luck, you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, and one very last public hearing for a place I don't know if I've ever heard of, Pates, I'm not sure.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Notice is hereby given that the Chatham Select Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, February 20th, 2024, at 5:30 PM in the large meeting room at the Town Office Annex, 261 George Ryder Road, Chatham, and remotely via Microsoft Teams platform to consider a request for a change of class from seasonal to annual all alcoholic beverages restaurant license for TPJ Restaurant Group, doing business as DBA Pates Restaurant, 1,260 Main Street. All interested parties are encouraged to participate. Sign the Select Board.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Select Board, my name is Matthew Kelly. I'm an attorney in Harwich. This is Tom Johnson, Jr. He's the managing partner of TPJ Restaurant Group, DBA Pates. We come before you tonight. I know you have a packet for it. I think what the state refers to it as a change of license classification. It's pretty simple, though. What we're looking to do is go from a seasonal license to an annual license. As the board may know or may not know, it's been quite a process. It's been discussed for a while. Pates has finally now reached what I would say is the end of the road for your consideration. It went through local vote. It went off to the state. The legislative process took hold, and unfortunately that takes a little longer than sometimes we had hoped for. But recently, both houses of the legislature approved it, signed by Governor Haley. We did attach it as required, the approved legislation, which allows you to consider and does grant Pates the ability to ask you for the license to be changed classification-wise to annual. I won't, it's been a long meeting, I won't go on and on. There's obvious benefits to the town. Even this time of year when Pates is operating, you're talking about 35 to 40 employees that need work, that rely on work. We talk a lot about workforce on Cape Cod. This is exactly the kind of jobs that we hope to have. They've run a very successful restaurant. Tom can answer any questions, but we appreciate the support that's been given in the past and hope to have it going forward. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I think we're all very familiar with the history of Pates. We might have gone there once or twice over the years. So, Tom, do you want to make any comments or?
Sure. I think this has been a process that has taken longer than we want, but we really are happy to be here, and it's really been driven by our customers and employees. And it's a period of time that we probably will not make money in the first quarter of any year, but really it's about keeping good people here, right, and keeping them employed. And really, our customers drove this sort of process, and we undertook it. We're happy to be here, and we hope the board agrees with us.
All right, thank you. It is a public hearing, so I'm going to open up for public comments. If anyone in-house tonight would like to make a comment or have a question? I don't see any hands. Is there anyone online?
No.
No? Over to the board. Shireen.
So during this whole process, I think the actions of the town meeting and the citizens of Chatham supported this, and in turn, I think we should as well. That's all I'm going to say.
Dean.
I just had two questions from reading the article in the newspaper. Do you plan on opening earlier this season, or are you going to be able to get it open earlier than you might otherwise?
Yeah, I mean, I would personally like to see it open earlier, but, our employees have made winter plans.
Sure.
So it's really up to, sort of who we can get together to open responsibly. So it's premature for me to say until this process is complete and we sort of survey the employees. And we don't want to force anybody to change their life to come back to work. So this year, we hope to open marginally earlier, but unclear exactly when.
And how about in future years? Is it your plan to stay open all
Yes.
year? Many restaurants take some weeks off in January for renovations and so forth. I assume you might be doing things like that.
I'm hopeful we don't have to do any more renovations at Pates Restaurant, to be perfectly honest. So our intent is to stay open, yes.
Okay. I'm very supportive, and unless there are other questions or comments, I'll offer a motion to approve the
Please, go ahead.
license request as presented.
Second.
Second, all right, unless there's further discussion, all those in favor, Select Board Member DeCastro.
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens.
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell.
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. Again, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I can tell you, just as a nugget, he might get mad at me, but when I spoke to staff today, they were kind of hoping for maybe a St. Patrick's Day this year. But don't hold me to that.
Heard just about enough out of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes our public hearing. Next, we're going to get into public comments on our business agenda.
We don't have to close it?
So just give me a moment. I'm going to run down our business agenda this night. FY 2025 budget review, 2024 annual town meeting article review. For item 1, Finance Committee preliminary recommendations for the FY 2025 operating capital budgets. Item 2, Town Department operating and capital budget presentations, Economic Development Chamber of Commerce. Item B, consider support of an adult daycare center at the First United Methodist Church. Chatham Select Board members will be discussing. Item C, 1533 Main Street, the Buckley property, the affordable attainable housing discussion. That we will, actually, that one, we will have public comment during that discussion, so you can hold off until item C. Item D is to approve the signed the warrant of the 2024 presidential primary, and then we have 2 reappointments for both our registrar and the constable, and then we will wrap up our evening with the release of the executive session minutes for the Skiaba Construction Fish Pier contract claims. So at this time,
We need to close the public hearing.
we never did close the public hearing, so it's a shame on me.
Deem it closed.
Deem it closed, yes. There's a whole discussion, we can talk about process. No. So, apologies. So, public comment on our business agenda with the exclusion of item C, which I'll allow public comment during that item. So, with all that being said, is there any comments in the house tonight from anyone? No. Is there anyone online who would like to make a comment?
No.
Okay. Item A, FY 2025 budget review, 2024 annual town meeting article review. I believe we have our Finance Committee Chairman, Stephen Daniels, on remotely.
I'm coming.
All right, Stephen, I will turf it off to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. So to begin, I'm sure everyone will recall that Norma Avalar tendered her resignation to the Finance Committee several weeks ago. Norma loved the Finance Committee as much as she loves the town of Chatham and served both entities with distinction, and we miss her terribly. That said, on behalf of the moderator, I would like to announce that he has appointed Eric Whiteley to serve as a member of the Finance Committee. I think Eric will be joining us effective Thursday on an ongoing basis. So I hope you'll all join me ultimately in welcoming Eric as a member of the Finance Committee. So the notes before you tonight, I hope you had an opportunity to look at them. It is the consensus view of the Finance Committee. The document was approved unanimously today by the 8 members of the committee that were embedded today. And as is typically the case, we tend not in this undertaking to get into the weeds of the budget. We will do a very, very brief high-level flyby of the operating budget, but instead rather focus on items of more consequence, in some cases perhaps almost philosophical items. So with that, let me just say that we are aware that the proposed spending is a tick over the calendar year 23 inflation rate, which according to the Federal Reserve was 3.4%. The proposed increase in spending in the operating budget is 5.06% as of now. Obviously, a broad national figure doesn't necessarily fully correlate with local cost inputs. So we're pretty relaxed about the fact that our proposed level of spending is in excess of the inflation rate for the full year of 2023. We also understand that much of the spending increases in the budget are due to step increases in compensation, service contract pricing, cost of insurances, things of that nature that are really not discretionary and are largely out of the control of the town manager and the finance director. I think we are of the opinion that department heads and staff have been thoughtful and prudent in their budgeting exercise this year, which we both applaud and are grateful for. And we note as well, as of now at least, there's no intended requests for incremental staff following the not insignificant staffing increases over the last 2 years. We think that's both judicious at this point in time, and we'll kind of wait and see if that holds as we get deeper into the budget season. So all in all, with respect to the operating budget, we're pretty acquiescent. I think the town manager and the finance director have done a good and thoughtful job responding to local conditions. So with that, I want to sort of tuck into some of the higher level things. Corey, I don't know how you want to do it. You want me to run through the whole thing? You want to do topic by topic and take some questions?
I'll let you go ahead. If there's any questions, we'll pause, but I'll let you kind of proceed.
Okay. I can't see anybody on my screen, so you'll have to monitor if they're, hands in the air. So our first observation is entitled Drinking Water Forecast Demand and Housing Initiatives. This really is kind of a two-part undertaking.
Oh, Stephen, you froze. Stephen, your screen is frozen. I don't know if there's any audio. No. Okay. All right, we're going to pause for a moment. I don't know if you can even hear us.
And Stephen's frozen, so we're not able to hear his presentation. And, is it Mary Beth? Okay, thank you.
We may have connectivity on our end as well.
Okay.
We're going to reboot Teams.
All right, so sit tight just for a moment or two, and then we'll.
He's going to call in.
Okay. Now we to get the thumbs up from staff. please. Sure. No. If Stephen wants you to take it, yeah, that's fine. No, we.
Or we can start and then if he comes back to mine, I'll slip.
Fine.
He looks like he's been doing it anyway, so.
Yeah, I think that's something on our end too.
I'll be there.
Okay.
And Andy's here too.
Hello?
All right, I think, all right.
Hey, we can hear you.
Back on your end, and we get the thumbs up from the back of the room. So, all right, we're back in business. So,
Corey, can you hear me now?
all right, we can hear you, Stephen, and we can kind of pick off where we left off. So,
We're
we have a little bit of audio, Stephen. Okay. Go ahead, proceed, and let's see if we can hear you.
Yeah, right now I'm calling in on my cell phone, so if need be, I can try the platform again.
Okay.
So where did I lose you?
At the beginning.
Great. Okay, so let me just backtrack quickly. The first of our observations, higher level observations, we've entitled Drinking Water Forecast Demand and Housing Inventory. There are essentially two parts to this observation. The first is with respect to preparedness around the development of new housing in the town of Chatham. The second being the recently released draft report to the sewer commissioners about demand. We just want to observe that with some unknown number, but not inconsequential, number of housing units coming online, ideally, in the next couple of years in the town of Chatham, that everybody that has a touch on that and the implications of that are fully engaged, whether it's the Housing Trust, whether it's the Office of Community Development, the Town Manager's Office, Department of Public Works. We just want to ensure that there is intentionality around the development of the necessary infrastructure, wastewater and potable water for these new housing developments that we all fervently hope will be in place. We don't, on the Finance Committee, we obviously don't have direct line of sight into specific plans or actions with respect to that at this point in time, but we just want to, I guess, sort of vigorously wave the flag to make sure that we are all thinking about this as we press forward. We also were struck by the recent observations in a draft report to the Water and Sewer Commissioners, and I understand that will be taken up, if not this week, then soon, that the available water supply that forecast demand may not meet that supply. I think that's the first time since I've been on the Finance Committee that we've heard something kind of that prospectively dire. And we just want to kind of iterate or reiterate, I suppose, more accurately, the fact that for this committee, the development of an ample, secure, safe, potable water supply is task number one for our community. We're big supporters of housing. I think that's probably task number two. But as we've repeatedly said, water is the egg upon which our goose sits. And we just want to make sure that everyone's entirely focused on that on a going forward basis, especially relative to these new housing units coming online. So that's number one. I don't know, Corey, if you want me to field any questions with respect to that, or should I just keep going?
Okay, just hold 1 second. Does anyone from the board have a question or comment at this moment? Nope, we are good. I'll let you
Okay,
proceed.
thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Yep. So the next, the next priority that the committee holds, as I think again we all know, is housing. One element of that has been discussed from time to time over the last 18 to 24 months is the future of the chop house deed restrictions. I think we're all cognizant that we have over time lost some of those deed restrictions. And we're aware that the termination date or expiration date for those restrictions is coming up over the next several years. I think the Finance Committee is of the mind that it would be prudent, to the extent we can kind of figure out a mechanism to do it, to begin to sequester and ring fence funding in an effort to have available resources to purchase deed restrictions that are set to expire or will be expiring over the next period of time, so we can get on the front foot of that. We do know, of course, that the CPA awarded the Housing Trust $500,000 last year for that purpose. We know the Housing Trust has submitted an application for incremental funding this year. It did not seem to specify whether it was for deed restrictions or otherwise. My reading of it was an or otherwise undertaking. But we would be supportive of actions to be taken by the Select Board and the Town Manager to ring fence or sequester funding to ensure the acquisition and maintenance of deed restrictions for the existing shop houses. It would be a real shame to lose those on a going forward basis.
Stephen, I'm going to interrupt and ask you a question on that one because several years ago, I remember having a meeting with Florence Sheldon and Debbie Aikman about this exact topic. And I think at the time there were some mechanical hurdles in doing that. So we kind of, I guess, cleared that obstacle in moving forward in that? Was
I can't. Thanks, Corey. I can't speak specifically to what the obstacle may have been or whether it's been cleared. I will note that, given the town meeting last May did allocate $500,000 specifically for deed restrictions on the chop houses, if I'm not mistaken, it was Article 48, that somebody must have found a path through the woods. But I can't speak specifically as to what that is or may be.
Okay, no, I can do a little more digging on my end, but I do remember this has been a conversation that has been around for several years, and I think I'm very supportive of the concept. If we can get through all the hurdles and the hurdles have been removed, very, very supportive of it. So, all right.
Great, thank you. Okay. Chatham Police Department body cams. There was an article in the paper. We have had Chief Anderson come to speak to our committee on 2 occasions, the second which focused exclusively on TPD and body-worn cameras. We were a little, I think, torn on this initially. There was some concern over the price tag. There was some concern over the price tag relative to uncertain performance and whether it might not be more prudent for us to adopt a multi-year rollout of any kind of body-worn camera system for the town of Chatham. I think our conversations between Chief Anderson and the committee were very fruitful. He made a very compelling case that the time is right. I remember, I think we all are aware that Chief Paulino was looking into this 2 or 3 years ago, and decision was taken at the time not to pursue body-worn cameras pending the promulgation of federal and state guidelines and best practices relative to the body-worn cameras. They've now been developed. The standards have now been developed and promulgated, and the chief thinks it's time to go. I think the committee feels as though Chatham Police Department has appropriately and intentionally vetted privacy concerns associated with body-worn cameras. I think we believe that the whole idea of body-worn cameras as kind of a day-to-day piece of police kit that's not going to go away, is increasingly with us as a society at large. And so we are fully supportive of the idea of underwriting body cams for all 22 members of CPD, especially heartened, honestly, by the position of as we understand it, the position of the police union in favor of the initiative. Quite often we hear stories around the country of police unions not being in favor of such an undertaking. So we're heartened by that, and we fully endorse the proposed spending on police body camera systems.
Next.
Okay, thank you. Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce. I will honestly assess that the Chamber of Commerce has been a rock in the shoe of the Finance Committee for the last 3 or 4 years. We have repeatedly asked the leadership of the Chamber for financial and operating information, completely and entirely without success. And there is a very high degree of frustration with the Chamber of Commerce on the Finance Committee. I'm not going to lie. The initial, so the initial feedback of the committee was there was a fairly significant cohort that wanted to zero line the Chamber, not necessarily for lack of requests for information, but for a belief that we hear a lot from people who correspond with us that the town is sort of at capacity, and do we really need to be doing more to draw people to the town of Chatham as a destination? There was a smaller cohort that was more open to the idea of helping to support the Chamber with its staffing needs at the Bassett House in downtown. I think there was a special sensitivity to visitors wandering into 549 and interrupting the daily workflow of our professional staff with questions about this, that, or the other, and that the Main Street presence was a good presence. So I think ultimately where we landed after a fair bit of deliberation was that the Finance Committee was prepared to support. They requested $95,000, $75,000 for personnel, $20,000 for bolstering Chatham as a destination. The committee is supportive of the $75,000 allocation for staffing, is not supportive of any allocation to with respect to marketing Chatham as a destination. I think that's in pretty good hands at this point in time. I don't think I know, the committee also made it clear that if we do not get the information that we've requested, which is normal course of the day kind of stuff, right? It's a budget, it's an income statement, it's an operating plan, a business plan. It's pretty standard stuff. If we don't get that next year, we're gonna be in favor of a zero line funding for the Chamber for whatever that will be worth. But that will be expressive of our frustration with the failure of the committee to correspond with us going on a historic basis.
Any?
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, any comments from the board at the moment? Okay, we're doing well, Stephen.
All right. I'm a little concerned that the dogs had more questions than we're getting, but we'll get there. Transit station. I think as with most everybody in town, including I think much of the select board, we were certainly surprised by the estimated cost of the proposed project relative to initial estimates from, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. And like the select board, we are of the opinion that our work should primarily focus on the well-being and safety of our municipal staff and on the OSHA-related requirements that I think we're completely twinned with the select board and our views with respect to that. There was a broad consensus, though, on the board that we should take a vigorous effort at looking into reducing the prospective scope of the project. I think we all heard Rob's observation that you can cut the scope of the project and you'll end up with half of the functionality at 90% of the cost, and we understand that. But for us, I think at this point in time, there are too many unanswered questions about what the future could look like there. This is one of those things that falls against the background of I don't think the Finance Committee is unduly pessimistic people, but we feel as though there are some, as we've said to you guys, repeatedly over the last several years, we think that there's some real financial wild cards out there that we need to be mindful of. PFAS is one of those things, and water demand and development of incremental wells could well be another one of those. We think that ultimately it's in the best interest of the town, its credit rating and our finances, the trade-offs to be seriously considered. But we don't know enough at this point in time to say what the trade-offs might be. Do we consider, for example, shutting down commercial tipping at the transfer station? We understand, of course, there are 2 local carriers who rely on that. We also understand that there's a trend, as we understand it, there's a trend of closing commercial tipping spaces on the Cape. Do we want to be one of the small handful of commercial tipping stations available on the Cape to other communities? We're not sure. So I guess we just would hope that wherever we land on this project, it is more in line with the budget estimates that were initially presented to the Finance Committee, to the taxpayer, to the town a year and a half, 2 years ago, whenever exactly it was. And that we really have the courage to challenge some of the thinking or assumptions underlying the current project, the project is currently envisioned. Tangential to the transfer station are CMAS tipping fees. It has come to our attention, I think Rob made it clear in one of his presentations to us, that the town's contract, it may have been the town manager, but the town's current 5-year agreement with Covanta for disposal of solid waste at the waste-to-energy facility in West Wareham expires at the end of the year. Our only observation is we really hope everybody, as we imagine they are, but it behooves us to say it, that everybody involved in the rebidding of that and the sourcing of solutions for that at the end of that contract are on the front foot as it comes to thinking about the implications of that from a budgeting perspective, a forecasting perspective, operational perspective. There's no, again, as I think Rob made clear, there's no other solution to the Covanta waste-to-energy facility. So presumably we have to strike some sort of an agreement with them, and we just want to make sure that we've got our eyes wide open as to the prospective implications of that unknown 4 corners across our budget. EV charging stations. This was another one of these things where I think we have not benefited from a comprehensive suite of information. I've sent Carrie a list of probably a dozen questions that the committee has received over the last week from taxpayers regarding it. It's a bit of a puzzlement, I think, broadly because there's not a lot of information out there about it. It's expensive, $400,000+ gross. Apparently, if rebates are taken advantage of in a timely fashion, $115,000 or thereabouts net. But again, I think, like the transfer station in some respects, the lack of information, the lack of answers, warranty provisions, who pays what are these things breaking? Clearly, what if these things break down? Clearly, the national rollout of EV charging stations has been fraught at best. There's an article in the Wall Street Journal yesterday, the day before, that estimates that over 25% nationally of third-party charging stations are non-operational. So we're just concerned, I think, about jumping in with both feet without knowing everything we probably should know regarding this project. A, and B,
and we talked about this at our meeting today, and the town manager was helpful in providing some information for us. It doesn't strike us prima facie that a parking lot on George Ryder Road on the backside of the airport is necessarily the optimal place for a charging station, right? 549, Eldridge Garage, things like that would seem to host more probability of success than probably a fairly little known parking lot. But again, I think there's just a lot of questions out there that we don't know the answers to that make us wonder if we don't take a breath before jumping in with both feet. On the Chatham Elementary School front, I think, again, we, like you, were surprised to see a nearly 70% jump in the proposed increase in the operating cost between 24 and 25. Not clear to us why. Schools, I think, are coming in to see us on the 27th, so we should have some more clarity following that. We have received input from taxpayers around concern over prospective repair and maintenance costs at the elementary school and at the middle school, now that we own the former. I don't think the committee is as worked up about those costs because based on information provided by the superintendent last winter, those were low seven figures, $1.5 million, $2 million, if I remember correctly, for all the associated CES, CMS repair and maintenance costs. So not insurmountable by any means. But there is clearly in the wind concern among some taxpayers about the scope of these repair and maintenance costs at those facilities. And then to finish it off, in an effort perhaps to dispel the Johnny Rainclab idea of the Finance Committee, we have an idea for your consideration. And it's our one big idea. It's called the Chatham Social Infrastructure Initiative. I think this town has made, we think this town has made an admirable commitment to social services and social infrastructure over the last 5 or 6 years, following a long run of physical infrastructure. And I think the select board and boards are to be applauded, and the taxpayers are to be applauded for their interest in such undertakings, the carriage of such undertakings. One of the things that struck us is the number of not-for-profits in town who have people who get their hands dirty in support of our community. Friends of Chatham Trees, Friends of Chatham Waterways, Friends of Sylvan Gardens, Chatham Garden Club, Friends of Monomoy Wildlife Refuge, and others all contribute significantly to our community. Kristen Andres dug up a statistic that in Massachusetts in 2023, a volunteer hour was valued at $39.19. Assuming that to be the case, the amount of work done by these volunteer groups is significant. I did a little digging around and learned that the Chatham Garden Club, just to call out one of these entities, maintains 11 town gardens through its volunteer membership. Oyster Pond, the Memorial Gardens, Fish Pier, Chase Park, Sears Park, Ryder's Cove, Queen Anne, Training Field Triangle, Chatham Lake, 549 Main, Chamber of Commerce window boxes, and plantings of the Atwood House. At the Oyster Pond alone, last year in 2023, the Garden Club donated 140 hours, 140.5, donated 140.5 hours in time and materials at state rate of $39.19 an hour. That's over $5,000, $5,500 direct benefit to the town. One of the things we were thinking about, given that many of these organizations operated on a fairly thin and fragile network of gifts, dues, and fundraisers, is whether or not there wouldn't be some benefit to a very modest social initiative where these sorts of entities could apply to the town of Chatham for a stipend or a service contract or some budget allocation. I think we're thinking in the $3,000, $4,000, or $5,000 per entity per year kind of a thing.
but it just seems like for all the work they do for the direct and obvious benefit of the town of Chatham, to have the town turn around and give them a little bit of hand with what they are doing would be a gracious and encouraging thing to do. So that's our one big idea, the Chatham Social Infrastructure Initiative, for your consideration. And with that, I'll turn it back to you guys, but not without thanking town manager and our finance director and all the staff for their diligent work in developing this budget for the forthcoming fiscal year. Thank you all.
Thank you, Stephen, very much for that presentation. Anyone from the board have a question? Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a comment and a question for Stephen. And forgive me for going back to previous topics, but I just wanted to say on the subject of potable water, I applaud the Finance Committee for identifying water as the #1 priority in town. I've been saying that for a long time, and so have a number of citizens. At the most recent meeting of the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee, to which I am liaison, as I am to your committee, I did, when the consultant of the town was presenting the draft report on water, I did encourage her and the committee to take into account the potential implication of adding additional residents to town through some of the housing initiatives, and I just wanted to get that on record with them. My question has to do with the EV charging stations, because tomorrow night at our second meeting of this week, we're going to be taking up a recommendation from the Airport Commission for the charging stations at George Ryder Road. Now, the presentation calls, I think, for a recommendation to town meeting of about $440,000, 75% of which would ultimately be reimbursed if we get grant monies. I assume the grants are in line. I don't know, online. Does that change any of your thinking or your committee's thinking if the feds or the state are willing to pony up that money for that particular location?
Yes, thank you, Dean. I think the first part of your exposition was sort of causality for our concern, with the fact that this respectively could have us come out of pocket $440,000, which is a lot of money, to be clear, to develop what I think 5 charging stations in what we all consider to be a fairly obscure parking lot. I think we were mollified to some degree by the prospect of grant funding. Again, I think and again, I'll applaud, I think we would applaud the Airport Commission for looking into this. But I think if the first one of these test case for the town fronting EV stations in the hopes of getting a state or federal reimbursement of some portion of it, if that test case was down at the Eldridge Garage, we probably would be a little more enthusiastic. So I think its location has some impact on the thinking about it. No kind of odds were laid out with respect to what the prospective reimbursement likelihood would be. So again, we're not wholly declarative on our conclusion around this, other than A, it seems like a lot of money. B, it seems like a little bit of an out of the way place. And C, is this the highest and best prospect for trying to develop EV charging stations in the town of Chatham?
Thank you for that, because that's helpful for me anyway for tomorrow night. I do want to applaud the Finance Committee for raising those points about EV stations, EV charging stations. I know it's a very popular thing today, and it's being driven nationally as well as in the different states. But I think the voters look to the Finance Committee as a reality check on proposals that require the expenditure of significant funds. So I welcome the opinions of your committee on this topic. Thank you.
Well, to be clear, as is typically the case with the Finance Committee, there is a disparity of views on it, which I understand and expect and applaud. So there are several members, couple of members, one or two who are very bullish on the idea that this is a trend and it's time for Chatham to get on the train. But there probably is a greater number of members who are a little more cautious about the prospect.
All right. Jeff, question.
Stephen, once again, thanks for a great report and the thoughtful approach of the Finance Committee. It's always welcome. Every year, it's always well-written and well thought out. I do have a couple comments, perhaps a question or two. On drinking water, yeah, and arguably number one, housing, because we've been so far behind the eight ball, arguably number one, but they're certainly neck and neck, if you will. And it's the first time I've ever seen any mention that we, don't have enough water. So I wrote down, where's our effort for another well in town? And I want folks to know.
That was terrifying.
Yeah, I want folks to know, too, that we've asked the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee, where I think it's most appropriate to be placed, ask them for a master plan here, and that's a huge undertaking. So, to the degree that we all kind of join together and really think thoughtfully about water and wastewater in town, I think that'll be never-ending. And so to list it as a priority and to also charge the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee, arguably our experts here in town, with the responsibility, I think, is also a responsible use of our resources. The chop house, no issue. Body cameras, no issue. Chamber of Commerce, we're going to hear more this evening. Transfer station, certainly share the misgivings of the cost. We were very vocal about that when the presentations were made. But I do think our highest priority is to do something for our staff. I don't have a comment on the commercial use of the building going forward. We've supported our local commercial carriers historically to a fairly well. Perhaps that needs to be revisited. Tipping fees, where we have no leverage. There's no plan B. There's no leverage there. So I don't look forward to that one-sided negotiation, frankly. EV charging station, I disagree. We have none in town. So I think to put our foot forward, as you like to use the phrase, somewhere is a start. If we can get funding for it and get those costs offset, we've got to start. Now, whether the airport's where we got to start is another whole issue, but I do think we need to have some charging stations in this town, and if we can get support from grants to implementing them, I think it'd be great. We have many visitors in the town that have electric vehicles that look around to charge, and they cannot charge in the town of Chatham, which I think is not the way it ought to be in town. Elementary school, more to come there. We'll hear from them shortly. And your social infrastructure idea certainly does pique one's interest, and I do think that we have amazing volunteers in this town and volunteer efforts, clubs, et cetera, that deserve support, and I think it deserves some further thought. So again, we're going to miss Norma, and welcome Eric. Eric's a thoughtful dude, great businessman, and he'll be a great addition to the team on the Finance Committee, and we'll certainly miss Norma's voice as well. She's always been a very proactive and unbelievably resilient member of our community and thoughtful member of our community. So anyway, thank you, as always.
Thank you, Jeff. Shereen.
Thanks, Jeff. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, Shereen.
Your committee member, Norma, will be she'll be missed quite a bit. She's been there a long time for you guys. I'm agreement with both Dean and Jeff on the water infrastructure. As Jeff said, we're going to hear on the budgeting and proposal for the chamber right after you. As far as the chop house deed restrictions, I think it's important that we get an update from staff as to where they are with process and perhaps get some ideas of how that process, the status of the process and how the process would work for us to go forward with that program. I think it's important to the community and to our housing inventory to maintain as much affordable housing as we can in the town. That's all I have for right now, but I appreciate the report, Stephen, and nice to see you.
Mike.
Thank you very much. Well,
Yeah, good evening, Stephen, and it is nice to see you. You're looking good.
hello, Mike.
And thank you for this report.
Not walking well.
I endorse what I've heard from my friends down the line here. I won't repeat it all. I just have two specific things, and I'll kind of go in reverse order. With respect to the EV charging stations, I want to echo a little bit what Jeff said. We don't have any. We need to start somewhere. I've been present for all of the airport commission reports and development of that project. I think there is I'll leave it at assumption. I don't want to get too far out over my skis, But I think the assumption on which that project goes forward is that it is underwritten to the tune of all but at most, or at least, I'm not sure which is right, $150,000, and perhaps less. The remainder coming from essentially federal and state grants that would be part of the project. I think that's I guess I would say, you can argue what's the best place to start. Given parking issues, maybe a good place for people to be parking their cars to recharge is not in the middle of town. So I'll just leave that thought with you. The one that I'd like to explore just a little bit with you is the transfer station. We struggled mightily with that. We exhibited, I think, a fair amount of disappointment with the results of the RFPs. Maybe we didn't exhibit all of that disappointment. We were perhaps a little bit restrained. Nobody's happy about it, but I think the judgment was that the best of a lot of bad options was to suck it up and go forward with priority one, option two, and then to go back to town meeting and solicit approval of the funds needed to complete the project. Nobody's happy about that. I sort of read your memo as suggesting the Finance Committee may actually come out somewhere different from that. I'd inquire what your prognosis is there. And I guess I would also add a bit of hope that maybe you can, despite the disappointment, get around to a similar conclusion.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think, Mike, there's not, and I apologize if the language in the document or my exposition implied or inferred a lot of daylight between the committee and the select board, because I don't think at this point there is. I think we are supportive of the actions and understanding of the actions that the select board took, noting that they were focused on our workforce, on kind of the OSHA improvements and the like. I guess to the degree in the timeline you just laid out of, let's go back to town meeting and see if we can find some financing or some alternatives for the second phase of all this, that may be where we take a slightly different path, which is before that, do we challenge ourselves to ask the questions that are maybe somewhat heretical of, are there significant alternatives to what we're currently envisioning? And again, not having a full complement of expertise on the transfer station and its operations on the Finance Committee that I would say mostly embodied itself in a conversation around commercial tipping. And the implications of that both presently and in the future if other communities continue to wind up tipping operations. Do we want to be taking commercial tippers from Provincetown if that becomes the only alternative? We don't really know, but we just think before going on to phase two and let's see if we can get more funding, a conversation around that sort of thing might not be imprudent.
Thank you.
Well, Stephen, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm not going to restate all the comments my colleagues have made. I'm in general agreement with the vast majority of their comments tonight. I very much appreciate the comment or the work the Finance Committee does, and as you get deeper into the weeds on these, the input you're going to provide to us and the taxpayers. So, I will also like to say, we're going to deeply miss Norma Avalar. She's been, a staple of the Finance Committee for years, and a very good personality to have in town government. I mean, truly. And I do applaud your decision to bring Eric Whiteley in. I think Eric's background and knowledge of the town, he's served on prior committees. I remember HBDC and Capital Projects Committee. I mean, I think he's going to be a great element, addition to the Finance Committee. And I applaud that decision on your behalf and the moderator's behalf. And I think we're in good shape. So thank you very much. We look forward to future conversations.
Of course, sorry for the technical glitch, but glad we were able to recover, and appreciate the opportunity to share our thinking with you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. All right. Part 2, Town Department Operating and Capital Budget Presentation, Economic Department, Chamber of Commerce. I'm just going to make one little disclosure. I've been a member of the Chamber of Commerce for quite some time, but I am going to still participate in this conversation, so.
Good evening. Oh, that's loud. Good evening, Select Board members. Happy to be here, and I apologize in advance for being the proverbial rock in the shoe. Literally 2 months on the job, but I really do want to bring forward some transparency and also just talk about what the return on investment is for the town with the funding of the $75,000 for staffing and the additional $20,000 that is for a year-round destination, not just during the high season months. Also calling out, really where we've come. I have an additional presentation of which I've provided that gives our P&L for the town budget and also for the investment of the $75,000 and also the $20,000 year to date and also last year as well. So there's full transparency around how that money was spent. And this year we would hope with the advisement that we would get level funding because it would be pivotal and also extremely detrimental to our operations should that additional $20,000 for not only year-round marketing, but also growth of the chamber as well. I'm actually going to start from the back, and why is this not forwarding? I'm just going to go all the way to the end. So when we look at our total overall budget, our total income for the Chamber of Commerce, high level, our membership dues are at $86,500. Our other income is our guidebook and additional reserve funds, of which we use to offset some of the costs. Our special events and fundraisers, which include not only our annual meeting, but also a fashion show, of which we are holding again this year on May 8th at the newly renovated Wayside Inn. Our website advertising, which is a consistent marketing tool for not only our businesses, but also the opportunity for people to be present, as you'll see some of our web traffic data when we go into the slides. Now, more importantly is the town grant. Information booth staffing at $75,000, and then the town economic development grant, of which we will address in some of our future slides. Full transparency, these are our high-level operating costs for the total of the chamber. Now, when we look at expenses, our information and public relations, $69,150. Non-supported activities, which is our PR and telephone. Again, all of those expenses associated with the information booth at the Bassett House. Payroll, insurance, and administration, $104,000. Buildings, grounds, house, the Bassett House, and also the information booth at $11,950. Our town and community relations, which includes donations, sponsorships, and also capital investments at the $12,270. And then memberships, benefits, services, and marketing, which is part of the economic development, is $32,980. So you can see based on those two slides, we are operating at a negative at just under $1,000 per year. So what does that say? That means that we need to build our membership. We need to look at how we can further diversify our funds and grow from there. More specifically, what I'd like to address, and then we'll go into the presentation, is the economic development grant of $20,000, and also for the financing of the town grant as well of the $75,000 to support our information booths and operations staff. So in your package, you will have the profit and loss detail for the town grant. Our fiscal years begin on October 1st and run through September 30th, separate from the town budget, which runs from the July 1st through June 30th. So you'll see a penned-in change on the actual detail. Current year to date, we are at $50,301 in spend for our chamber information booth, and that is from August through today's date. And then second is the economic development and leadership. We are currently at $10,520 in use of that grant, with a total of $60,822.11, and the balance being just over, just under $40,000 that would be left to spend throughout the rest of the fiscal year. I'm going to pause there to see if there's any questions or details
Questions or comments from the board at this moment?
on finance.
We are good.
All right. Second, when you look at the profit and loss detail from the town grant from previous funding, you can see a full year in detail, and that our net income came in at negative $16,484. So we are, again, operating at a negative. Also, recommendation from the Finance Committee, they were interested in understanding what our fiscal dues and structure look like. Currently, we have 358 members. Each of those members pay different levels of dues. In 2022, both the Chamber and the Merchants Association came together as one in operating both in having a partnership. If you join the Chamber, you are also a member of the Merchants Association. So there is a financial share with membership, which from 2022 to 2024, you do see that there's been an increase in the past couple of years, be it that you are both versus choosing being a chamber member or a merchants member. So you'll see those dues. And to date, we have 358 members. Currently, we are at an 82% operation to budget. We've already collected for fiscal year 24 into 25, $71,571. So we are 82.7% to budget for membership collection and dues, and that budget is at an $86,500. What I'd like to go into next is really what does it look like from a return on investment standpoint for the town grant. If we look at really what the housing, and I love the comment that they made about, if we didn't have the information booth downtown and it wasn't, how many people would actually walk into town hall and look for advice? Well, currently to date, as we have our numbers, and statistics are always, I'm driven, data-driven person, but when you look at our total, we actually touched 13,423 people last year. And that is during the whole entire year of people visiting not only the Bassett House, but also the downtown booth, and phone calls and fielded information that came through that building. So imagine if that little building wasn't there, or if the Bassett House didn't exist, how many people would be walking through town and asking questions. How do I get there? Where do I eat? Where do I go? Some of those things are really important as part to what we say in development. Second to that is that we had 25,000 guidebooks distributed, not only at the Route 3 Visitor Center, but all the way down through our community relationships with the Cape Cod Regional Chamber, other chamber partners, and our downtown visitor center, our Bassett House booth, but also distributed to our local businesses around town, real estate, local merchants, other local places that would want to hand out those guidebooks to help people find their way around town. Not only just in the heat in the high season, but year round. Our website traffic. Now this is a huge point. We had 102,000 people come to our website last year with over 446,000 page views. When you look at that, our average session was over 1 minute long. They're spending over a minute consuming data, looking at where they're going to go when they come to Chatham, spend time in Chatham, research who they're going to give their business to, whether it be from a lead standpoint for our local services, or if they're going to go retail shopping or have some place to eat. Our top categories are shopping, beaches, restaurants, and events. That's what's driving a lot of that traffic. Now, I can go deeper into the data, but I wanted to give you a high-level perspective. From a social media standpoint, we have 5,100 followers. What does that mean? That these are followers that are looking actively at what we're doing in town. Our average reels, which is the video that is produced through Instagram if you're not a social media person, but we get an average of 5,000 to 8,000 views. And this is a year-round commitment to putting Chatham not only forefront in people's minds, but we have other towns that we're in competition with, right? We want to make sure that our merchants and that our businesses are thought of first when people want to come. We have 7,720 Facebook followers. Social media platforms are a way to connect with people if they're not physically in brick and mortar. I could be sitting at my home in Boston or Connecticut and thinking about, oh, when I go back to where I'm going, oh my gosh, this is what I want to do. We post an average of 4 to 5 times per week. So when you look at that, and the traction we get is over 1,000 organic views. This is not paid advertising on social. What we get is organic traffic. And if you look at statistics, that is a huge amount of opportunity because usually only 2% of organic posts ever get seen in a social platform. We just started a TikTok channel. If those of you who don't know what TikTok is, it's coming, right? Snapchat, TikTok, but TikTok is really a video platform. We have 295 followers. This was just started about 6 months ago, and each of those videos gets about 5,000 views. So we have views of our holiday stroll, our Oktoberfest, and all of the fun things that happen outside of the 13 weeks, right? We know that they're gonna come in the summer, but what are we gonna do about our year-round economy? We have a newsletter that goes out not only to members. Our email database for members is 442. That goes out once a week. Statistically speaking, average statistics and open rates, we have industry standards is a 2% click with an 8% open. I'm going to read you some data that's going to say we are on the right track. Over the last 12 months, we had over 101 email campaigns go out at the open rate of 61%. That's huge. When I just noted that it was a 2% with an 8, we are at over that. Our email database of the membership of 442 goes out Wednesday. We have a click-through rate of 3%, which is 1% above industry standard, and our open rate is 55 to 60%. They are consuming the content we're sending. This content is about member outreach, town information, and things that they can do around town year-round. The email database for our visitors is 947. The email frequency going out to our visitor database is monthly. In that, we have a 4% click-through rate, 2% higher than the industry standard, with a 55% open. Content in these emails to our visitors is town information, promotions, local events year-round, and local sales information. So I do want you to think about what you are getting on a return for investment with that investment of economic development of the 20,000. Now, we did talk a little bit about what the visitor booth traffic looks like. I do want to call out that we are open 7 days a week. 7 days a week. Memorial Day through Columbus Day, with an average shift of 4 hours per. I have a breakdown in the packet of what that actually looks like, but I really wanted it to be present to know that we are there 7 days a week for people coming to town during the height of season, again referencing that 13,000 people that we touched and that we counted. The Bassett House staff is open year-round, but more importantly, that visitor center there is open mid-April, so we begin way before Memorial Day, and we start fielding calls even now. Even today, we're getting calls about what do I do this summer when I come? How do I go see the seals? Where do I go? Those calls come in all day long. But more importantly, our visitor staff and the staffing outside of operations and myself, we are open 3 days a week. We are in South Chatham. It's a little bit funky to get into the building. I know a couple of you have come in and visited. It's kind of tight and there's only 2 parking spots, but again, we do have some traffic coming through there with that 4-hour average per shift. We do finance and we do pay for them to come because they are professionals and they are part of our infrastructure. So that $75,000 in allocation goes to not only our visitor center, but it goes to our operations staff that help us keep track of all of these numbers and all of the financials that do come through that door. I'd like to take it a step further. In partnership with the Merchants Association, we are and have great events downtown. That's what that partnership happens. It happens and it makes it really, it produces a lot of development, not only for our businesses, but it also puts us in a position where people want to come and see what happens in town. Our Easter egg hunt, which this year is on March 30th at Kate Gould Park, will bring about 1,000 people to that park. We have our spring fashion show, which will be on May 8th, again celebrating Forever Fabulous and Forever Fashionable, showing and showcasing over 20 retail merchants bringing their goods and previewing them around town. And then post-event, we are going to have a shopping. So people can go and actually spend money and infuse cash at the beginning of the season, which is important. Art in the park. We handed out all the shapes today, guys, so we got 12 sharks coming and 72 whales, or whatever the number is. I can't keep all these numbers in my head, but those shapes have been passed out to our artists and will be worked on. We're doing the installation at the end of June, and that's going to run through August. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people will go. Not only are they going to look at the art and experience what it means to have an installation downtown, but they're also going to be educated in partnership with Center for Coastal Studies and also the Atlantic White Shark Conservancy. We have really taken this to the next level. We want to make this about art, education, nature, and letting people know that we are really about bringing cultural experiences to downtown, aside from shopping, drinking, and all the other things that they do. Oktoberfest is coming to town again as well around Columbus Day. We anticipate a minimum of 5,000 people coming, and also about 80, or potentially if it's a sunny day, it could be up to 8,000 people coming to town. And then last but not least, in partnership with our merchants, we have the Christmas by the Sea weekend. It's a wonderful weekend with Santa and carriage rides. It's also, stroll and all those wonderful things that make Chatham in the winter really a destination place that is helping not only the local businesses, but also put us in a place where we are inviting people to town and spend money. I do have a graph of which you can look at some of the detailing, but all these data points that I've told you equates to over 624,000 touches. That includes walkthroughs, digital touches, one-to-one touches, physical bodies in town. So all of this money from an economic development town grant of $20,000 is all that we bring. I do want to take another moment to say that we do reinvest a lot of this as well. We put the bricks in the park. We invested hundreds of thousands of dollars through fundraising efforts, not part of our operating budget, but part of a committee that sits aside from that to make that park beautiful. We've put electricity in. We've put irrigation in and spent thousands of dollars on that. We actually are now talking to put grass and sod and figuring out how we can actually make that front of the park not hard and compact and muddy and all trampled, but we're looking to do some beautification around that. I have my colleague here with me, Kristen, who also serves on the executive board, the board of directors for the chamber, but was a merchant member as well. And she has some numbers just to talk to you about what we do from a reinvestment standpoint outside of our operating budget.
I know this has been a long day. I will be brief, but in the Chamber of Commerce, I'm Kristen Muller, by the way, with the partnership of the Chamber of Commerce and the Merchants Association, what I see as a small amount of money that's being requested comes back to the town multiple ways. As Angela just mentioned, in the spring of 2023, the Chamber and Merchants installed irrigation in Kate Gould Park at a cost of $18,550. That same spring, we hydroseeded the grass in the park at a cost of $13,192, and we winterized the system for $1,200 this winter. We will be reopening the system this spring at an additional cost. We spent the money to put the winter lights in Kate Gould Park and the Sears Park Triangle last year at a cost of $15,000 and a cost this year of $14,000. Think about what Main Street would look like this winter if there weren't lights. We've done electrical work over the last 5 years in the park at a tune of somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000 total over the time. And I myself have literally put manual labor hours into the park. And we installed the 2 lampposts at the front of the park. Our Merchants Board has repainted the fence, volunteer hours, and are absorbing the cost of the paint, as well as the hundreds of thousands of dollars on the bricks. There is a lot that comes back to the town from the small investment in the Chamber and the Merchants Association. One last quick thing. The headline in the paper after the art in the park is always how much money we made, and it may be understood by people that that money is just the merchants and the chambers to spend on all kinds of other things. Every single dollar of the money that is made from the Oars in the Stores campaign is donated directly to Monomoy Community Services at a tune of 100% of the Oars in the Stores. With the money that is made from the whales and the sharks in the park, half of that money goes to the artist who created the piece of work, and then the rest of it stays with the merchants in the chamber. So this windfall number that gets put out every year about how much, and it is a lot of money that the art raises, but it does not just go back into our coffers. We do other things with it.
Thank you, Kristen.
Actually, Kristen, can I just ask you one quick question? Just because a lot of us picked up our oars today.
Yeah.
100% goes to?
Monomoy, from the Oars.
Is it 50-50, I thought?
From the Oars?
50% goes to the artist.
Janice said 100, but from the Oars, I thought it all goes. I will double check with that, but.
For any artists watching out there, I believe it's
Okay.
a 50-50 split.
I
So just wanna-
apologize. I just took my notes. Okay.
Nope, just want to
No,
make sure
that's
anyone
fine.
watching, if there's any questions.
The whales and the sharks, I know, is half the artist, half the
Yep,
merchants. The
agreed.
Oars, the
they're
merchants
both.
and chamber do not get any from the Oars. Maybe it's the artist and
They're
Monomoy. Yeah.
distributed with nothing going back, that's the
Okay, yes,
point, yeah.
nothing back to us.
Yes.
Sorry.
So the headline of the ask today is this budget allocation exclusively funds the Chatham Chamber of Commerce and the Merchants Association as a pivotal entity and a driving source for local business, community growth, and advancement. You know, this is a funding source for the year-round visitor center, of which I covered these numbers in full transparency. Our local associations. The Chamber also provides vital assistance, mentorship, promotion to new businesses like our ribbon cuttings. Can't wait to cut the ribbons on the new Elwoods. Thank you. And while actively marketing Chatham as a destination, not just the 13 weeks, but a year-round destination to attract look-alike families, look-alike businesses, to grow our economy, to bring businesses back to Chatham that make a lot of sense. Additionally, there's a concerted effort to prioritize the year-round communities and those initiatives like housing, workforce, labor initiatives, blue economy, all of the important pieces that align with what we're, hoping to do in the future. Again, only being here a couple of months and looking at where we're going, I do have a business plan. Additionally, let's look at how to fortify the economic resilience. We had a pent-up demand after the world reopened, right? We've spent a whole year of saying, what does our new normal look like? Well, we're here. We're anniversarying what we've passed through in the last 3 years, and I think we're at a place where we can really start to mobilize and move forward. So 4 pivotal pillars that I'll say where my strategic goals are is that, business prosperity. What does it look like to foster an environment, a welcoming, diverse environment where businesses can grow to the local success, but also through targeted support programs, resources, and advocacy efforts? Now, specifically to that is that we've partnered with a nonprofit, as was brought up by the Finance Committee, the Garden Club. They are going to do our window boxes downtown, but additionally, they also have small business grants that have just been posted on our website. So you, as an entrepreneur, can go in and actually access some of these funds based on the grant request. Community development. This is really about collaborating with stakeholders to promote initiatives that contribute to the overall economic development and well-being and the vitality of the community that we all work and live, including the infrastructure improvements and workforce development. Tourism diversification. We hear you loud and clear. There's enough people in town during the high season. What are we going to do for the other 9 months of the year? It's about implementing strategies to attract year-round visitors, year-round businesses, and promoting Chatham as a desirable destination, not just during the summer, but year-round, by stimulating the economy and activating the tourism sector beyond our summer months. And last but not least is the financial sustainability. As I showed and proved that we are not flush with cash. We are operating at a negative, which is where I'm championed to really move that needle and move it forward with growth opportunities through membership. Last year, we brought on 30 new members. I hope to not only bring in 30 new members at a 10% growth, but excel and move forward with a membership drive, of which I will be talking to my board tomorrow. Ensuring financial stability, sustainability through the chamber, and prudent fiscal management. I'm looking where we can cut costs. Instead of publishing 25,000 books this year, maybe we do 20,000 and then have promotional posters that people can actually download and use a digital book, an ebook, versus carrying around a printed guide. That's going to help save some money. And then what are we going to do about different revenue streams? Grants. Partnering with our nonprofits, looking at reciprocal relationships and memberships, also looking at where we can actually grow and support growth initiatives that are in alignment with the town. What's our roadmap to success? Well, we are going to shift our focus to a year-round destination, directing, not only have we not already, but we're going to look at it a little deeper, directing resources toward our advertising and promotional campaigns outside of our summer season. Also showcasing Chatham's diverse offerings with unique attractions both to residents, visitors, and positioning our town as an inviting destination year-round. Looking at our nature, walking trails, all of those things that we are known for from an authentic and also a, just an aesthetic. Enhanced business support and promotion, really being able to dig in and roll out targeted business assistance programs with grants, working with our partners to figure out how do we mentor, bring in technology, advancements, and also helping and promoting new business and also existing businesses around town. Fostering a robust networking environment, connecting with new entrepreneurs, bringing entrepreneurs to town, new businesses. It's vital for our growth, it's vital for our resources, but also fueling business and vitality for the future. Economic Development Committee. Thanks to Dean, we sat and we spoke, and he said, you know what, it would be really a great idea for that committee to start to revive itself. So I will work closely and make sure that we're directly involved with that. And also, what are some of those resources that we can spearhead these initiatives to drive economic advancement? Implementing these strategies align with not only the community, the town's mission, but also a long-term vision of what we want to look like in 2030, 2040, and beyond. So how does that look? Well, we're going to strengthen our partnerships with academic and government entities, looking at where we can really grow there, and also leverage and research innovative new ideas and also economic capabilities to move that forward. Collaborating on initiatives addressing community needs, housing, workforce, to name a few. Also, what are we going to do about our land, our oceans, and some of our conservation partnerships? These are all mutually beneficial, but also align with where we're going for the future. The chamber is prepared, we're ready to pivot, we're ready to move forward and do business a little differently while still championing the success that we had with some of those numbers I provided earlier. I won't go through all of these accomplishments because you're already aware. There's a lot here to go through. So what I will do is end this here, because if there are any questions, but I do ask that you reconsider the recommendation of the Finance Committee and level fund us again for the future year, and then, let us do our thing, get to where we need to go, and then, we'll establish where we need to go from there.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I know Jeff has a question at least. Jeff?
Angela, a lot of energy there, a lot of really good material content. Have you presented that to the Finance Committee?
No, sir.
Okay. So I'm fully in favor of level funding them at $95,000. I have no issue at all with return on investment with the $20,000 extra over and above staffing. And I think we're in a transition year, and Angela's new at the helm, and here we go. And I thought that was kind of a long presentation, Angela, but an excellent one. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate the presentation. So has the Finance Committee taken this up yet? Taken up your,
Their recommendation was just the 75,000 with the
so they've
exclusion
already
of the 20.
considered it?
That's what Mr. Daniels presented.
But you haven't been before the Finance Committee yourself.
I did a preliminary hearing with them, but didn't
Wasn't
have,
this-
I
Didn't have the
was asked where these documents were and did not have them at the time, but now I am showing them.
So will you send this packet to the Finance Committee for their information as well?
Yes, sir, and I've provided it to Kathy as well
Okay.
for the minutes.
Yeah, well, I thank you, and I appreciate the detail. I know we've got some substantive items coming up, so I won't belabor this, but when I was first on the Finance Committee, I was somewhat surprised to learn that the town was providing a subsidy to the Chamber of Commerce, but it was explained to me that one of the areas, as you outlined, of activity was to promote the town and answer questions and do the things that a town Department of Tourism, if we had one, would be doing, and we don't have that. And I fully support the $95,000, and I hope that maybe the Finance Committee will take another look at this once they get this level of detail, which is the sort of thing that Stephen was asking for, and I know they've asked for it previously. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Corey, are you looking for a vote this evening?
We can put this on the warrant and vote it.
It's actually part of the omnibus budget that we have, so if you want to indicate your support, that's great. You'll be transmitting the budget on the 27th to the Finance Committee for a formal review.
I know, but I won't be here the 27th. so
And you're certainly welcome to vote. It's on the,
So I'm assuming you're going to make a motion?
Move approval to keep the budget at $95,000.
All right, do I hear
Second.
a second? Further discussion? Mike?
I'd just like to comment. I mean, I think what I'm hearing is we're in a transition at the administration level. There's information, I mean, I think the wish expressed in the Finance Committee's memorandum for information is going to be granted with, alacrity and, a lot. So I'm strongly in favor of it. I would like to make the comment, I saw you touched on the notion that development is focused outside the 13-week period. And obviously, that is what, it was part of our discussion in our goals and objectives. I would endorse that very strongly. But I also would say, there's an old saying about, in business anyway, if you're not growing, you're dying. Mm-hmm. And so you've got to always be focusing on development because you're replacing things that are obsolete, obsolescent, whatever. So development it always has to be part of a business operation.
Thank you.
No, I mean, we've met and chatted a little bit, and I think this is a transition year. I think some of your vision is and some of your approach that, at least what I'm expecting of the approach, I think will be beneficial, and I'm willing to give it a level funding for this year and see where we are next year.
Thank
you. So, with that being said, we have a motion, we have a second, and unless there's any further discussion, all those in favor, Select Board Member Nacastro.
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens.
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell.
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you.
Okay. Our next agenda item is consider support of an adult daycare center at the First United Methodist Church in Chatham. Sponsors are from Select Board Member Dean Nacastro, Select Board Member Michael Schell, and citizen Barbara Siegel. Barbara, I believe you're going to do the presentation tonight.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Barbara Siegel, former member of the Council on Aging Board of Directors. I'm here tonight to talk about senior daycare in Chatham. We are all aware of the recent history of Chatham's attempt to provide senior daycare in Chatham. The article to build a new senior center at 1610 Main Street included utilizing a program room for a senior daycare program for our Chatham residents. In order to move forward, I think it's important to review Chatham's past efforts to provide this critical need to our residents. As stated in the minutes of the Select Board meeting on May 30th, Leah Lacrosse, Director of Community Services, requested the Select Board approve the full year 2024 Memorandum of Agreement with the Town of Orleans, which provides Chatham residents the opportunity to attend supportive daycare program hosted by the Orleans Council on Aging. She stated that 8 Chatham residents currently attend the program. She also stated that there are 3 additional Chatham residents who are interested in participating in adult supportive daycare program, but prefer to wait until one is offered in town. She indicated the application and onboarding can take up to 10 weeks. When I watched the video of the meeting, I felt there was another important fact that was presented. Leah stated that only year-round residents can participate in the Orleans program. And she stated that if the services were provided in Chatham, summer residents could also utilize the services. Looking further back, in 2011, the town of Chatham hired Brown, Lindquist, Finuccio, and Rabin Architects Incorporated to conduct a feasibility study to expand the Council on Aging facility for supportive daycare. The report presented stated that upon completion of a space program analysis, it was concluded that the proposed expansion would include 2,418 gross square feet. In 2011, the total project development cost recommended that the count carry a preliminary project range of $1 million to $1,100,000. On January 25, 2011, the proposal was presented and discussed by the Select Board and the COA Board. On March 29, 2011, a possible warrant article for annual town meeting was requested. The board accepted the article, but did not place it on the annual town meeting warrant, and said, that's not my pen, and said they would take the item again the next year. It was not listed for consideration at any future town meeting. I tried to read the minutes of those prior meetings, but you could only go back so far. So I asked Kathy Lewis, the Executive Secretary for Town Manager and Select Board, with that information. And you have a copy of her email to me where it states that it was not brought back. It's insightful to revisit Mrs. Ford, Director of the COA at that time, her comments at the 2011 meeting. Ms. Ford highlighted the increased necessity for future planning due to the growing number of senior residents with dementia and Alzheimer's. The COA board had met frequently with the Capital Projects Review Committee, as well as the engineering firm to work up plans for the project. She stated it is now important to plan for the future, especially as the number of cases of senior residents who develop dementia and Alzheimer's is increasing. She stated, this assertion underlined the pressing need for expanded facility and services. However, in a turn that speaks volume about the complexities and often contrary nature of municipal decision-making, Mrs. Ford also mentioned the COA board decision to defer consideration of their project until after the fire department building project had been resolved. I must say that when you have an agenda item listed that involves senior citizens, it should be earlier in the meeting. Although the feasibility study presented in 2011 was to provide senior daycare by extending the senior center in North Chatham, my proposal tonight is to offer the program at an alternative site in Chatham. I realize that it would be preferable to house senior day at our current facility, but where? There is available space at the Methodist Church. The floor plan is in your packet, and it's on page 9, but I also have some slides. I went back to the church to take some pictures. I'm supposed to click this thing? There we go. So this is the parking lot on the side of the church, Cross Street and Main Street. And I even found my little printer thing. Oh, it's not working. It finally died after 23 years. Oh, there it goes. And that's the door that the clients would enter right there. Couldn't believe it was still working. Once inside, there's the ramp going up to that existing door. Once inside, this is the inside lobby. The men's room, the ladies' room are right there. I'm going to come back to this slide later because there's another room at the end of this hallway. These are the 2 bathrooms, and Junie Hanlon came back with me when I took the pictures, so that we're both in the mirrors. We walk up this ramp now. The end of the ramp, there's a door right there leading to these 2 rooms. This is the Sunday school room, but they don't have any more children. And then attached to it is a little doorway, is this big conference room. The 2 adjoining rooms total 550 square feet. Going back to the hallway, at the end of this corridor is another room, and this room is 360 square feet. In addition, there's a full-service kitchen with a big dining area where the participants could have a full, prepare lunch for the participants. The Board of Trustees at the church have approved renting the rooms to the town of Chatham to be used for senior daycare. Unfortunately, Pastor Frank was here with a Board of Trustee member, but decided he just couldn't stay any longer. The Executive Office of Elder Affairs has announced an approximate $4.5 million grant program to enhance supportive and social daycare programs throughout the Commonwealth. In addition, funding is available to plan business strategies, expand or improve existing programs, or launch new programs. Grants up to $50,000 are available for planning, and grants up to $300,000 are available for expanding or launching a program. Application deadline is 5 p.m. on February 16th, 2024. I presented this information I met with Leah and Pat first, many, many weeks ago, and then I presented the meeting and the report to the Council of Aging Board of Directors. I visited the church on January 26th. I revisited the church to view the potential space for senior daycare with Leah, Pat, Dory, and Dean. I realized that running the program off-site would not afford the present staff to be available in emergency and could result in liability issues for the town. Consequently, grant funding requests should include listing for sufficient staff coverage at the off-site location. And I'm almost done. Looking back, I wondered why the project to expand the Center for Senior Daycare, as presented in March 2011, was not brought back for consideration. We should note that there were major personnel changes in 2011 and 12. During that period, our present town manager began her tenure in August 2011. The Select Board membership changed, and a new director of the COA started in April 2012. A capital improvement committee was formed to prioritize capital projects in Chatham in 2010. I spoke to David Whitcomb, who was on that committee, and I think he chaired it, and he said a new senior center was always on the back burner. Beginning in 2010, the firehouse proposal was finally approved at town meeting in 2016, 6 years. Finally, we all know that the existing senior center does not have enough room to provide space for all the programs presently offered, let alone for expansion of programs in the future. I thought about the dollars already spent since 2015 for a new facility for the senior center. Chatham citizens have already invested over $500,000 in preliminary studies, feasibility assessments, architectural design, cost of community forums and town meetings to build a new senior center that could have saved if the extension proposed in 2011 was built at a cost of $1,100,000. Isn't insight wonderful? Hindsight, not insight. I know there are people here tonight who wish to speak, so I'm going to turn that over to you. Dory Butler presented very interesting facts about what's happening in this country with people who are losing their cognitive ability. And I have some of that data. But first, I'd like to turn the mic. Unfortunately, as I said, the pastor and the trustee left. But I know there are other people who wish to speak. Anybody?
Barbara,
Yes.
as far as your part of your group is a part of this presentation, because I mean, public comment was earlier, but if they're part of your presentation, I will encourage you to bring them up to join you.
Well, the pastor was. And Judy Hanlon, also as a private citizen, has a few words to say. I think Pat, who is chair of the COA board, has a few comments to make. And I don't know who else.
Mike?
Barbara, and I appreciate you can't prejudice or speak for the pastor and his board member, but it would be helpful to me anyway if you could give us just a
How they feel about it?
top-line
Okay.
sense of what they might have said if
All
they
right.
could have stayed.
This is their 121st anniversary this year, something like that. It was in the newspaper. And their mission statement is to support the community. They're very anxious for this program to exist in their building. They would very like to have it housed there. Dean was at the church. He spoke to the minister as well, as did Pat. And that's basically it.
That's good. That's enough. Thank you. Thank you.
Dean?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to make this quick because I know we have another item coming up that's going to take some time. I was asked to sponsor putting this on the agenda by Barbara and Mike Schell, and I happily agreed to do that. And as Barbara mentioned, and I certainly applaud Barbara and others for their initiative in bringing this forward. And the Council on Aging Board did consider this at their most recent meeting. They took kind of a generalized vote endorsing the concept and asking the board to seriously consider this. As you can see, the Methodist Church location does have significant potential for housing this. There is a potential for getting grant monies. The grant was submitted on the 16th by Leah, and she did yeoman's work in getting that together very quickly. I understand she applied for the full amount of $300,000. At the Council on Aging Board, Leah, and she can speak for herself, recommended that the location of the program for staffing reasons be not at the Methodist Church, but at 193 Stony Hill Road, the current location of the center, because you are required to have a certain number of staff on site, and if one of, it's two per 10 people and 10 clients, and if one of them is absent, then if you're located at Stony Hill, you can at least fill in with some other staff of the Council on Aging, whereas if it were at a separate facility, a separate location, that would not be possible. Leah has indicated that one way of making this work, and I believe the application for the grant is based on a location at Stony Hill Road. One way of making this work would be to reassign some programs that are currently held on Stony Hill over to the Methodist Church, assuming the church would be agreeable to that, or elsewhere. So I just wanted to say, I view this as sort of a pilot program option. If we can get the grant money, we could undertake the program here in Chatham for a year, see how it works. If it's successful, then the Council on Aging Board could come to the town manager and ask to incorporate this long-term in the budget or via a separate article to town meeting. So that would apply whether it's located at 193 Stony Hill Road or at the Methodist Church. But I generally am supportive of the concept. I think it's a great idea, but I'd like to see it funded through grant monies if we can get that grant, and then take a look at how successful it has been after that period of time. Those are my thoughts. I haven't even had a chance to really discuss it with Mike Schell, who's co-sponsored this item, but
Well,
anyway.
please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be more effusive. I'm thrilled. I mean, this seems to have, well, you know, I mean, I'm always more effusive than you are, one way or the other. I mean, this has got all the elements of something that we were trying to do at a new facility. I think it's fantastic. And I don't know what the prospects of getting the grant or how quickly we can get the grant are, and those are obviously contingencies. I will say, however, that I really honestly don't understand why we have a pretty straightforward opportunity here, which is to put daycare in the Methodist Church, why we would go about rearranging everything. I understand the concern about losing one of the staff members. That seems to me to be a lot easier to plan for and deal with than moving programs out of 193 and putting this into 193, which, by the way, from my perspective, if this was something, I mean, I remember a lot of discussion about affordable housing in the context of a new building. The reason we didn't have it at 193 was we couldn't. The facility didn't accommodate it. It seems to me that the simple answer here is, I agree, pilot program, you know, take the grant, hire the people you need, and run the pilot program for 12 months at the Methodist Church and see where we are. So those would be my comments.
All right, well, I mean, I'm in a little bit of a pickle here. This was not going to have public comment during the agenda item. We will go into side stories on that one. So this is a board discussion at the moment, and I know I'm going to come off as the bad guy, but we had public comment available earlier in the evening, and I think where the board has to kind of have a discussion. Dean?
I support what you just said, Mr. Chairman, but I wonder if, and as I said earlier, it doesn't matter to me where you put it. I was trying to defer to our Director of Community Services.
I think that is part of Barbara's package, as I was kind of hinting earlier. If there's that, I'm very amenable to.
To elaborate, that would be great.
So, we got staff. So I'm gonna let staff speak. No. I know staff. Yep, Leah.
Good evening, everybody. Leah Lacrosse, Director of Community Services. I'm going to go through this quickly because I know we're time constrained, but I want to thank Barbara for all of her efforts on this. She's such a trooper, and she really works hard to get things done. We definitely need an adult supportive daycare. In fact, I found out today, whereas what was the number you gave, Dean? It swelled up to 11 today, which is the highest it's ever been. And that was as of today. We have 11 Chatham residents attending daycare in Orleans in our adult supportive daycare. We're also seeing a dramatic increase in dementia-related client issues coming into the COA. We have our outreach coordinator trying to balance all of them. Serious cases, and it's difficult. So we need one, we want one, but I really do, from an operational point of view, and Barbara knows this, I'm not surprising her, that I really feel strongly that I think it should be under our own roof. As the former COO at Capabilities, I oversaw a supportive day program. While the population was different, the problems really are a lot of the same. I can't tell you how many times a day I was called down to the day programs to intervene. And the same thing I think would happen here. With a dementia-related diagnosis, it's very unpredictable. You can have the sweetest person in the world and they can become agitated, they can become combative. When you don't have leadership on site, that becomes a very scary proposition. And, you know, it's hard to explain if you're not in it, but, you know, I can't, if I'm there an hour a day to check in, I can't see if there are signs or symptoms of abuse. I can't see if staff are paying attention, careful enough attention. People with dementia-related illnesses have a tendency to wander. You know, I can't tell you how many times I walked into a day program and they said, "Oh, Leah, you're here. Can you just stand here 1 minute while I run to use the bathroom?" That's the realities of it, because you cannot turn your back. We would have to have 3 staff at a minimum and 2 part-time, 1 full-time. And it's you know, it's these things, if someone's going into the kitchen to grab lunch, someone has to be there. If we have program going on, we can integrate these people into that program instead of having 2 budgets for 2 separate areas. So if we have an existing program going on at the CFAL, the people in this program could join in, they could be integrated in. It would be more cost effective that way as well. And for me, as a director of a program, quality is everything. And if I can't be there all the time to ensure that quality, that really scares me as a director. I have met with my staff. They are willing to, we're willing to move a couple programs, to start a pilot program, to start 2 days a week at the CFAL and move programs around and move around them and put them at the community center if we need to, in order to support that program there 2 days a week. And so yes, it's wonderful of Pastor Frank and who we adore to offer this up to us. Just so you know, they're offering it at a rate of $200 per day. It's not free. And it's also, which I just found this out tonight, $200 per day and only on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The ideal program time is Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Mondays and Fridays are usually an admin day. Also, I did speak to several other COA directors who have existing programs, and they said that they highly recommend that it not be off-site at any time. Also spoke with legal counsel who shared my concerns as far as liability in not having someone on-site full-time. So for this, you know, also the timing is difficult. We're in the middle of this engineering study. So one of the things we talked about that was redoing the space if it were to be redone, and to have some space for adult supportive daycare. We don't have the results of that back. So I'm sorry about my voice. I'm getting over a cold. So I respectfully ask that we at least wait to discuss this further until that study is complete. And just for the record, I did not ask for the full amount, Dean, because I had to itemize every single expense. But the grant I submitted on Thursday was for $273,682. That would fully cover the cost of the first year of expenses. there's no guarantee that because I wrote it, we'll get it, but I'm hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, back to the board. Dean?
I was going to offer a motion because I really would like to move on to the next agenda item.
That's fine.
I move that the select board endorse the concept of a pilot program for a supportive adult daycare in the town of Chatham. I'll leave it generic as that.
Second for further discussion.
Second.
Further discussion.
Dean,
Yes.
you're going to add grant funding?
Well, we're just endorsing happy to put that in. We're just endorsing the concept. Mike, I think, wants to add to it.
Well, no.
You had mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Jeff, I like Dean's because, you know, one of the things I talked about was that we would fund it against grant funding to come and replace it, and I'm happy to leave that out if we just go with his motion.
And it doesn't say where it's going to be located. It's generic enough to work with.
All right, any further discussion?
No.
So we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor, Select Board Member DeCastro,
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis,
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens.
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell.
Aye.
Select Board Member Metter says aye. All right, thank you. Okay. I'm going to read the full print-up of the next agenda item, and then I'm going to make a couple comments. So, item C, 1533 Main Street, in parentheses, Buckley property, close parentheses, affordable attainable housing discussion of the Select Board's jurisdiction plans for proposed development of the property, and in parentheses, Select Board Member Dean DeCastro, F. Messina, S. Buckley, and report from the Affordable Housing Trust Board members concerning requests for proposals, which are, in parentheses, RFPs, for proposed development of the property at 1533 Main Street and the property at Meeting House Road, in parentheses, Select Board Vice Chair Michael Shell. Public comment will be accepted during this agenda item. So let me just kind of just share with you my vision of how this is going to go. So I'm going to make a couple brief comments, opening comments. From there, I'm going to turn it over to Select Board Member DeCastro as the Select Board member who is part of the sponsors of this article to make a brief opening statement. From there, I want to turn it over to our two trust members, Select Board Member Mike Shell, Serene Davis, for some, comments and presentations on what has been being done with the Affordable Housing Trust. Then I'm going to go over to the public. In fairness to the two citizens who were kind of co-sponsors of this, if Frank Messina or Steve Buckley are either in house or online, I allow them to speak first, and then anyone else. I am not going to set any type of time limits. I just ask that everyone be conscious of and respectful of everyone's opinions. We've had several correspondence letters coming in, which will all be added to the packet. And it's fair to say there's a lot of feelings, comments, and that will be flushed out later tonight. But this is not something that's this is probably the highlight agenda of the evening. We save the best for later in the night. So, again, there's been a lot of conversations. The trust has held multiple meetings. This has been a discussion point both throughout the community, and I hope that collectively at the end of the night that we can kind of figure a way to come together. The board, select board, the trust, we're all shooting for the same goal and to try to move forward with attainable and affordable housing in the community. We all know it's certainly not going to get solved in one action. We have two significant parcels that have been presented to us. Haven't had that opportunity in a very long time. So I think we need to be very conscious of how we move forward on that to set the tone for future action. So I think our goals are very similar. We just got to work out some details and some clarifications and maybe some procedural issues. But I do think we can have a hearty discussion and make some significant progress in this tonight. So at the moment, I'm going to turn it over to Dean DeCastro to opening comments, and then again proceed over to the trust. So Dean, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comments at the present time are limited to the property, the Buckley property, because that is the subject of the agenda item. that was requested initially by Mr. Messina and Mr. Buckley, in which I joined. In the packet is an opinion of town council, which I requested following an inquiry to me by a resident regarding the role of town meeting and the select board in connection with the Buckley property. Town council, in effect, says that the select board has concurrent jurisdiction over the Buckley property with respect to the development of that, since 50% of the acquisition cost of the original parcel was paid from town funds as opposed to Affordable Housing Trust funds. So this gives the select board a say as representatives of the public in how this property is going to be developed. I did request and join in the agenda item out of concerns that were voiced and perceived, including by myself in watching the January 17th public forum, especially concerning density and the type of structures that might be considered. And that forum presented various survey results, which included a plurality of respondents disfavoring high density and disfavoring apartment structures on the property. I understand that the trust has okayed a request for proposals which has been circulated to the board for the Buckley property. And it is apparent that the trust has listened to some of those concerns because they have provided a floor for density of, quote, at least 36 units. And I know there is some considerable concern that there is no maximum recited, and I look forward to hearing both Mike's and Shireen's presentation regarding the IRFPs, and I will reserve any additional particular comments on those RFPs until then. Let me just say recite some initial thoughts on my part. This is a 3-acre parcel. The planning board in the West Chatham rezoning proposal that they are considering has talked about 12 units per acre. So 36 units is certainly consistent with that. I suspect that I would be more comfortable with a maximum in the range of, or in the order of 40 units. That strikes me as suitable. I'd like to see parking as close to the units as possible. And I think that apartment-type structures should be disfavored. I want to say one other thing with reference to the town council opinion. He strongly advises that there be collaboration between the select board and the Affordable Housing Trust on the development of this project, and I share that belief. I also agree that there at some point should be a delegation of authority from this select board over to the Affordable Housing Trust regarding the development of the project. I do think that making that delegation at the present time would be premature. I'd like to see the trust have an opportunity to see what comes in from the request for proposals and a determination by them as to how they might want to pursue the developer's submittals before the select board should consider yielding over full control of the property to the trust. I want to emphasize I am not interested in having the select board function as a micromanager of the development or in tying the hands of the trust, but I am interested in relying upon the select board's legal authority to ensure, on behalf of Chatham's taxpayers, that the property is put to good and responsible purpose, sensitive to the location, and consistent with the wishes of town meeting voters. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Mr. Nicastro. So we've got Select Board Member Shell and Select Board Member Davis. Select Board Member Davis.
Thanks. Corey, I'm just going to frame up a little bit about our process and what's happened so we can all be on the same page of where we're at right now. And it's just a little history, but it basically speaking about the collaborative effort between us is a very, very important process. I agree with you, Dean, on that. The selection of the Affordable Housing Trust members by the Select Board after a vote in town meeting and a home rule petition to change the trust makeup speaks volumes about everything that we've committed to. There's a diverse skill set within the trust that ensures a well-rounded approach to tackling the complexities of affordable housing development. Members who know building code, design, development, big A, little a housing programs in need. Our staff is really experienced in the RFP planning and writing and implementing process. Addressing housing needs remains at the forefront of our collaboration, and the concerted efforts between the Affordable Housing Trust and the Select Board demonstrates a shared commitment to providing affordable housing solutions for the community. The collaboration between the Select Board and Affordable Housing Trust and the public ensures that the decisions are well-informed and represent the community needs. This has been an inclusive approach, and it contributes to the sense of shared ownership and responsibility. The bright and thoughtful discussions within the trust contribute to navigating the RFP and the builder process. This approach fosters an environment where creativity flourishes, leading to innovative concepts catered to all stakeholders. Some of the things that we've had to do as a trust is manage expectations and concerns, and respecting and managing the extremes within the committee and the public is crucial to the project's success. And the Affordable Housing Select Board's dedication to, and the Affordable Housing Trust and Select Board's dedication to addressing these concerns and settling realistic expectation reflects a commitment to both transparency and community satisfaction. And believe me, we've been getting emails from people that want to minimize the projects but also maximize the projects, and I'd have to say there's been a strong voice on both sides. There's no doubt that community engagement is vital, and we've acknowledged some of the flaws and assumptions in some of the presentations that we saw previous. There were largest root units demonstrates, a need. When we saw the presentation done by the consultants, thank you, Dean. It is late. We were all a little taken back by that, and I think that became the grand assumption of that's what was going to happen to those properties. And we've recognized the flaw there. The collaboration and efforts with abutters and neighbors, particularly Meeting House Road, has shown a commitment to working together on tree lines and access, and that's built solid relationships within the community. And we hope that this will lead to the success and sustainability of the project. The collaboration between the Select Board, Affordable House, and the public ensures that decisions are well-informed. Recognizing that there isn't a jurisdictional issue between the Select Board and the Affordable Housing Trust is crucial. It underscores the unified efforts between the common goal rather than the bureaucratic hurdles that could exist. The appointment of expertise mentioned before is key and valued. I, as a Select Board member and as somebody sitting on the Affordable Housing Trust, there's a commitment to project continuity and a charge by the public to address our community sustainability. It's a reminder that despite challenges, the focus remains on achieving success rather than not, and addressing housing needs remains at the forefront. The concerted efforts between both of us demonstrates a shared commitment. The joint efforts in navigating the complexity of this process is complicated, but our commitment is for inclusivity, transparency, and addressing community needs. Thank you.
Select Board Member Shell.
Thank you. Let me just, on the subject that Dean addressed, as a lawyer, I was sort of, like a magnet drawn to the issue of respective jurisdictions of the Select Board and the Affordable Housing Trust. I'd like to point out or remind people, I was the Select Board member who said we ought to have a conversation about those, that question very early on in the process. I also want to say that I've done a fair amount of study. I've had a lot of conversations with lawyers and others. I've read a lot of statutory materials, et cetera. The one thing that has become crystal clear to me is, and this is not happy talk, this is real, honest, legal conclusion. no matter what delegation happens at what point in time, and I'm not asking for a delegation, no matter what happens, this is going to be, because it must be, a joint effort of the Affordable Housing Trust and the Select Board. And there are just spots along the way where the law from one source or another, including the resolution of the town meeting, I guess it was in 21, which I've read a number of times, which confers the responsibility on the Select Board to enter into what's called a development agreement, which is really the final process of passing the property to the developer that you've chosen based on an acceptable development plan, which everybody's agreed on. So I appreciate that people are here tonight because there's a feeling that maybe the Select Board is going to have a different point of view, and there are different points of view across the table here. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to agree. And it won't be a unanimous vote. I certainly would hope that it would be, but we're going to have to agree on what it is that we ultimately decide we want to do. Having said that, I did prepare a few remarks that are aimed at what I know everybody here wants to have, which is to lower the temperature a little bit and to maybe give us a little bit clearer picture of where we are today, right now. And in order to assist that, I prepared two very short sets of PowerPoint slides, which I hope maybe will help level set the factual part of this discussion. The first one, which Kathy has put up, is a quick review of the results of the visioning survey that was conducted in the middle of the community visioning presentations and discussions that actually went over, maybe if you mute yourself, that might solve the problem. That was conducted in the middle of the community visioning presentations and discussions that went over a period from December of 2022 through January of 2024. 13 months at a minimum, maybe as many as 14. What you're looking at is a representation of the, I need to look at this on my laptop here because I can't see what Kathy's looking at or what's up on the screen. For the Buckley property, there were 4 responses, 2 of them for 25 units and 2 for 50 units. You'll see on the left-hand side is townhouses in 2, 4, and 5 unit structures. That got the most favorable response. 63% of the response, and I think there were something like 800 respondents. 63% of them gave that option 4 or 5 stars. 20% were kind of neutral and said 3 stars, and 17% were not very positive, said 1 or 2 stars. For a design that was all cottages, single units, detached, the 36% gave it 4 to 5 stars, 17% for 3 stars, and 47% 1 to 2 stars. I mean, none of this is outcome determinative or decisive, but it gives you an indication of which way the wind was blowing for each one. With respect to the 50-unit options, 1 was stacked flats in 2, 6, and 12-unit structures. About a little over a third of the respondents said 4 to 5 stars. 18%, roughly a fifth, said 3 stars, and almost half, 45%, said 1 or 2 stars. 50 units, apartment buildings, pretty much the same result. 36% 4 to 5 stars, 12% 3 stars, and slightly over half 1 to 2 stars. Apartments, I mean, it's obvious they're not popular in Chatham. Turning to the Meeting House Road property, there were 5 options. The first was townhouses. Townhouses were pretty much the most popular structure in this entire thing. 52% of the respondents liked townhouses on a parking court, which was 3, 4, and 5 unit structures, about a quarter 3 stars, and about a quarter 1 to 2 stars. Townhouses on the outside loop, which was basically with the loop inside of the buildings, almost, that was slightly less popular, almost 48% 4 to 5 stars, 27% 3 stars, 25% 1 to 2 stars, and actually the least popular was 25 units of cottages, 32%, 18, and 50% disfavored that option. Turning to the 50-unit option on Meeting House Road, apartments in a pair, 2 3-story double-loaded apartment buildings, 38%, which is not an insignificant number of people, but nevertheless, not a plurality. Liked it, 4 to 5 stars, 14% said 3 stars, and almost half said 1 to 2 stars. Stacked flats and townhouses in 2, 3, 6, 18, and 21 unit structures. About a third of the respondents said 4 to 5 stars, roughly a fifth said 3 stars, and almost half said 1 to 2 stars. There was also a compilation of the open comments, and I'm not going to go through all of that. I just want to show you there was a mix for every single one of the 9 options I just showed you. There was a mix of people who said this is great and people who said this is terrible. And we'll post these so you can look at them in detail. These are representative comments at both ends of the spectrum and maybe in the middle for each one of those 5. And as I say, I'll call your attention, for example, 50 units on the Buckley property. The bottom on the right, it says, somebody said gulag, doesn't belong in Chatham. They said awful ugly, too big, too many people. But there were also people who said best concept because it's more energy efficient. There's a variety of opinion here. It's not, as I said, outcome determinative. It's representative of the diversity of opinion in town on these projects and specifically on each one of these projects. I'm not, as I said, I'm not going to go through all of them. I've tried to present representative comments on each of the 9 options. Take a look at them. I think you'll see that people have strong opinions in a lot of different directions. Let me turn to a quick summary, if I may, of what's in the RFPs, and more importantly, what's not. I've picked out the big ticket items that are of importance and interest. First, types of ownership. It's the same for both. We've said we will look at and entertain proposals for all rentals, for ownership, all ownership, or for a mix of the two. We do have a statement in there that says a modest preference for rental. There's a reason for that, but it in no way excludes either of the other 2 alternatives. Turning to the next page, density, the key issue. What the RFP says is, with respect to Main Street, is a minimum of 36 units. With respect to the Meeting House Road, a minimum of 35 units. And the remainder of the 2 RFPs are exactly identical. We say in there that that Chatham encourages a mid-density project. I've asked our housing director what exactly that means, and the answer is basically it's not defined, but it basically means not too much, not too little. I'll leave it at that. With respect to prospective residents, same for both individuals, families with or without children, seniors, people with disabilities. Qualifying levels of affordability for prospective residents. Let me take Meeting House Road first. That's an all-affordable housing project because it was bought entirely by the Affordable Housing Trust Board. So that trust, that means that units are for households with up to 100% area median income. And in that case, at least 80% of the units would be for households of 80% or less AMI, which would make them eligible for inclusion in Chatham's subsidized housing inventory, also known as SHI. On the Buckley side, and we did listen to comments here, that what you see here is reflective of input we got from public comments in our meetings of the Affordable Housing Trust. At least 68% of the units are for households up to 100% AMI, that is capital A affordable. That's because 68% of the money for the project, for the property, came from the Affordable Housing Trust. Up to 32% of the units for households with 100 to 120% AMI, that's what is colloquially known as workforce. And then we have also said that we will entertain proposals for residents between 120% and 200% AMI with an explanation and a justification that is explained in terms of what are the market needs. So we have the full range as expressed as being acceptable with explanations. Just so everybody understands how much money we're talking about here for eligible residents. 100% AMI, one person, $80,562. Two-person household, $92,000. Three-person, $103,000. Four-person, $115,000. For workforce, 120% max. One person, $96,000. Two people, $110,000. Three people, $124,000, and four people, $138,000. These are not insignificant amounts of money. Building types, I won't go through all of those. They're identical. Basically, what we said is that two things. One, multiple building types, what can be of various sizes, designed to meet a variety of household sizes and needs. Chatham prefers duplexes and multifamily structures. The only difference between the two is we did not include a statement for Meeting House Road, as we did for Main Street Buckley, that a smaller scale apartment building could be included. We would be willing to look at that. We wouldn't exclude a proposal if it had a smaller scale apartment building in it. Finally, again, I won't go through all the details. What is most important is, or certainly equally important to all the other considerations, is that the proposal be financially feasible. What does that mean? There are a whole bunch of different metrics and requirements that we've included in order to give us a basis to assess the financial feasibility of any proposal that is submitted. That is what's in the RFPs. If I could, I'd just like to make a couple of concluding comments about that. The bottom line is that housing that people can afford in this town is an existential issue. It's an economic issue. It's critical to virtually everything else that's important in this town. The kids in the schools, pool of people who might work, by that I mean the number of kids in the schools. Pool of people who might work in our town businesses, people who might be teachers and staff in the schools, people who might be police or fire department members, people who might be town employees, people who might be healthcare professionals and workers. More generally, we need to begin reversing Chatham's demographic trend of aging. By the way, I would have said to Barbara if she were still here, most everything on our agenda is for people who are older. We need to reverse the trend toward seasonal residency here, and the list goes on. 2 years ago, one of our town business owners reminded us that a failure to address the housing issue would likely see us ordering $60 omelets in the not-so-distant future. And I've heard lately that one of our local clubs is adding 10% to its annual dues to create a housing subsidy that will help them find workers they can't find today because of housing. Chatham has built 9 units of affordable housing in the past 12 years. We have to do better, much better. We're not moving too fast. We're barely moving at all, if at all. Finally, I want to address the issue of maximums in the RFPs. Town meeting approved the change in the structure, as Shireen referred to, in the Board of Trustees of the Affordable Housing Trust Board. The Select Board, this Select Board, appointed the trustees of that board. Our trustees on that board are a diverse group with diverse backgrounds, experiences, and lengths of involvement with Chatham and its housing issues. That group deliberated at length and determined unanimously that the best way to get the best array of options for Chatham on those 2 properties was to leave the maximum number of units blank, waiting for responses to come back and give us choices. That was a judgment call based on a bunch of different considerations which were thoroughly discussed and considered. I think everyone should wait and see what that judgment produces in the way of responses. Then there will be plenty of time and opportunity to discuss and debate, if we must, what is the right level of density for the Buckley property and Meeting House Road. I'm reminded of the end of the Super Bowl football game we just watched. San Francisco won the toss and had the option to take the football or defer. They took the football and they lost. The Monday morning quarterback said they should have deferred, given Kansas City the ball, and then they would have known what they had to do after Kansas City had the ball. Conventional wisdom said failing to defer cost them the game. In my view, and you may not like the analogy, but the Affordable Housing Trust Board had a similar kind of choice, and they've elected to defer on the question of maximum density. We've elected to wait to see what we have to choose from out of the responsive proposals. I think we should leave that choice alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shell. Jeff, I'm going to make a couple of comments. Would you like to make a couple of comments, please?
Yeah,
Yes, please.
Everybody's been so articulate tonight, and it's been incredibly engaging, even at the late hour. I just have a couple kind of overarching comments that I want to put on the table, and I think we have passions running on both sides of the density debate, and I think we're way ahead of ourselves. We're way over our skis so far, to be honest with you. We haven't gone to the market with this, I think, very carefully crafted RFP, and we don't really know how the market is going to respond and what kind of financial models and what kind of design models they're going to come up with. So, and we can weigh in on density then. So I think this town and this group, the Affordable Housing Trust, this Select Board, and our public are sharp enough to be able to strike a balance between density, the use of the buildings, and providing housing that we are sorely lacking. We are way behind the 8 ball here. So we don't, and I think one of the, frankly, one of the worst things that's happened during the course of this discussion of affordable and attainable housing was when they threw up that slide on the 17th that showed these massive, dense development of the Buckley property. I reacted to that slide. I said, oh my goodness, that is just too dense. I did. But that's not necessarily what we're going to get as an end product. So I think we need to slow down, strike a balance between providing the housing that we horribly need tremendously, and what's going to be attractive and useful here in the town. And I know we'll get there. We've got some talented people on this, and we now have the opportunity with these beautiful pieces of property to do a great job, and I think we will. But again, I think everybody's got to slow down just a little bit and just let's see what the market says. Let's see what comes back in this RFP. I'm not so concerned about not delineating a maximum. I really want to see what comes back. I mean, I really do, and we'll do our thing then. And I'm delighted to still be involved. I voted for the formation of this trust, as did town meeting and the state, and I think it's a better mechanism to get things done. I said that a little bit tongue in cheek, but I'm also thrilled to still have a voice in it, because I certainly care about what happens in West Chatham and the Buckley and in the Meeting House. So anyway, I'll hush there, but I just think let's slow down a little bit. Let's strike that balance between density. Density is not a bad word. We have density elsewhere in town that we drive by every day and don't even notice it. So density is not a bad word, and we have problems to solve here, a deep housing problem here. And we'll get there. I'm convinced of it. But I think we got to take a deep breath. Passions run high in this town all the time, and it's good. We have an engaged public. That's a good thing. That's how we come up with better results sometimes. I'll end it there. Thanks, Corey.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Clearly, I very much appreciate all the effort that has been put into this conversation. We've had a lot of comments, both from the Select Board, Affordable Housing Trust, citizens, staff. We all have the ultimate goal is to provide better, more housing for the community. There's been some optical issues going through this process. I think we've recognized some of that. We're trying to address some of it. I think part of what is being said, and I'm going to address the density issue. The density is kind of one of the big key buzzwords in this whole discussion. Is we've set the minimum kind of desired threshold based on a number that was been discussed. Planning board kind of threw out 12 units per acre. So I think we're right in line with where we're at. We had some basis for it. I can respect why they want to send out the RFP without a maximum threshold. I'm just going to speak my own piece. My only concern with that is it's going to be the political hurdle discussion that's going to come forward, potentially. And I'd love to be able to kind of give the builders, like, this is the window we want, and let them just issue the RFP, have the builders come forward and get these things growing. I just have a little hesitation that, having such a density dilemma down the road is going to bog down the process. And we get stuck with that kind of issue sometimes, that we want to be moving these, we want to move this thing as forward as possible and not get tied up in having, little debates. Because that was one of my biggest concerns. We were going to have some kind of power struggle and not work collaboratively. Because that was my vision all along. And I think we've all recognized we each have our role in this, and we can work to move these processes forward. I mean, we have two significant parcels. We haven't had a chance like this in a long time. And I know we can do this right, but I do have some concern not having a density. I mean, I respect what you've been with the decision of the trust is, but I do have to voice my concern that it might bog down the process down the road as far as having a builder come forward. But I want the builder to move forward, be like, this is what we can do. These are the designs. Let's move this thing forward. I don't like delays. Delays have never helped us out in this town, and anything that can avoid delays in such an important project would be more favorable to me. So those are my initial thoughts. I think I very much appreciate all the comments that were made, very well thought of tonight. I am going to open up for public comments. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, If either Frank Messina or Steve Buckley are in house or online, I would give them the first opportunities to speak. Either of them, I see a hand, but I can't tell.
No, that's not them. I'm just looking to see if I can, there is someone on the phone. I just don't know who that is. So it doesn't look like Mr. Buckley or Mr. Messina are on.
Okay, see a couple hands online. We're gonna kind of just go back and forth. So I'll do a couple online, then a couple in-house, kind of break things up. So, what's our first hand up online,
The
please?
first one online is George Myers, and the second one is Gloria Freeman.
All right, I'll start with Gloria Freeman. Gloria, I'll let you go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Gloria Freeman. What I have seen from townspeople's welcoming of needed affordable housing and what they hope to accomplish is that Chatham's specific local needs are addressed, that the units are for year-round residents and won't be used for short-term rentals, and that what is designed is not overcrowded and ensures safe and respectable housing in keeping with surrounding neighborhoods and Chatham's traditional architecture. I believe that to fulfill those objectives, only our full elected select board can have the authority to make final decisions. Excuse me. Our Affordable Housing Trust members are not objective about affordable housing, and I understand that. They want to have discretionary authority on this issue to get as many housing units as possible, regardless of compatibility. Our elected select board would provide a better balance. I would like to add that I am uncomfortable with the thought of two of our select board members voting as trust members to bring their request for discretionary authority over affordable housing issues to the select board, and then voting as members of the select board on the issue for which they are advocating. Former town councils have talked about the smell test or the eyebrow test. What select board members Davis and Shell want to do might be acceptable ethically, but this issue is raising a lot of eyebrows, whether it is the right thing to do or not. Of course, these select board members are biased and passionate. That's understandable too. At trust meetings, there is talk of maybe 1,000 new Chatham residents in the next few years, and definitely 200 new units completed by 2028. So this voting double dipping doesn't smell right or feel right, and it is raising eyebrows. The trust can come to the full board with suggestions, but only our full elected board should retain all authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. George, hold on tight. I'm going to actually go over to the live audience at the moment. Is there anyone in-house in the back? Yep. We have another member of the Affordable Housing Trust coming up to the podium.
David Oppenheim, and I'm speaking as a member of the trust, not for the trust. This select board, or previous select boards, had talked about changing to an affordable housing trust dedicated for years. I think the first time it was brought up was 3 or 4 years ago, went to town meeting tied to something else, so that they would have a dedicated group of people to do, because you guys are so busy doing other things. And for so many years, nothing had been done of any consequence. As Mr. Shell said, 9 in the last 10 or 12 years. and that was sad. It was voted by this board and put on town meeting floor and voted affirmatively at town meeting several times and got bogged down in whatever legislative thing I don't understand. To this board's credit, in the last few years, while this other thing hadn't been approved, you did acquire some parcels that we can actually work with, and then we appointed the new trust, 4 or 5 months ago, I believe, and includes 2 members of the selectmen, and the previous board was the selectmen plus 2 at large. Now we are, I believe, 5 at large and 2 selectmen. And we have been meeting at least twice a month, more often than that, actually. There's been an awful lot of work. We started off with Gloria McPherson's been terrific. We've started off getting educated, understanding what the realities are of these types of things. We're learning. We've brought in the experts from Cape Cod for CDC. We've brought in other people. So we're learning and moving at the same time. And I would suggest to you that we've accomplished a lot in a very, very, very short time. As far as the way we put out the RFPs, we now understand that how developers work. We have to have a developer that's actually interested. And in order to get that, we have to have an RFP that makes some sense. One person suggested that, I believe there was one comment that we heard from somebody, and I don't remember who it was, that they had looked it up on AI, which I assume they meant was artificial intelligence, and that suggested that we had to have a maximum. Well, we used our own intelligence and the education that we got from the local people that have been doing this for years successfully all over the Cape, and we took what we learned from them and used our own intelligence, whatever level that is, and made a decision not to put maximum. Because what we have learned in the process is if a developer came in with something more than we felt was appropriate, we end up in a negotiation. And that's when one of the most knowledgeable people on the Cape on affordable housing said, that's when you end up with a math problem. That's the math problem that you have. So hypothetically, if somebody said, we have 36, for example, as our minimum on Buckley property, which is consistent with the zoning proposal that's before us. But even if that zoning proposal would be passed, it's still subject to 40B, which can increase it. So we decided to, by split vote, but it was 36 was the minimum. Let's say somebody came in with 52 units, hypothetically, and we as a board said, we don't think that's really right. We need less. Then you're talking about to the developer saying, what do we need to do to make this work at the density that we want so that you are willing to go ahead and build the project? And that's the way it works. It's a math problem. And we need to have professionals come in and show what their expertise put their expertise into giving us proposals that we can look and digest. I've been involved with building complexes for almost 50 years now, on Cape and off Cape, and I have seen some things that are not very dense, that are really ugly. I've seen some things that are very dense and are really beautiful, and the other way around. What we saw when we saw those things, and I kind of wish those weren't put out there quite the way they were, because I think they scared people and everything. We don't know what the density is going to be. We want to see somebody come in and see what they know from their the creativity that they have from doing these things over the years, and they've perfected their own way of doing it, and then we can respond. And that's when the discussion comes in. I think now that there's an affordable housing trust that is operating, and it's only for one reason, to get housing in this town, which has been delayed forever. Everybody talks about delays. We've done nothing for years, except in the last few years, acquired the land so which we can actually start to move forward to. So I would caution everybody to let us do our jobs. Give us a chance to show us that we're doing it, we're learning, we're processing, we're working extremely hard. We have a great group of people. We have one member that lives in a Habitat house. We have another member that's on the board of Habitat. We have another person that's been involved with housing for years and was on the Affordable Housing Trust. I've been involved with this business in one form or another for almost 50 years. We have a wide variety, so we're not going to get snowed under. We're going to be able to look at these things, analyze them, take public feedback, and decide what we think is best for the town of Chatham and get it moving as quickly as possible. Let us do our jobs. Thank you.
David, before you leave, I just want to ask you to clarify one thing, because there will be interest. You mentioned the split vote on the minimum. Do you want to explain exactly what the the plus and the minus was on this?
Yeah, the plus and
proposal?
minus was, I personally wanted, I mean, speaking for myself, I think there was one other member. We wanted the minimum for Buckley property to be 40, and for other members, the other members wanted it to be 36, and the 36 won. And so that's the kind of discussions we have. 36, there was no fight about it. We had difference opinion, and we went with the more conservative number for the bottom number, because that was consistent there. The discussion was that was consistent with what was being discussed at the planning board. But that's fine. But we didn't want to put a maximum. We did agree to that unanimously, because for the same reasons we're talking about. Let the developer show us what they can do, and we could go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go back to the in-house audience again. Is there anyone? Yes.
Gloria Hicks, I'm in a butter, Meeting House Road that you know. I have to respond to Gloria Freeman, I believe it was. She's spot on. To have two board members on the trust and voting unanimously and then bringing their votes back to the board is askew. That is a system that just doesn't sit right with a lot of people. One of the things that, Mr. Shell, you forgot to mention on your slideshow was that you deliberately left out nonprofit developers, which is directly related to the density. By leaving out nonprofit developers, you're guaranteeing as much density as possible. It's capitalism. It's what America is all about. The developer can make a lot more money. I'm on the Health and Human Services Committee, and we were given the Select Board goals and objectives for the year. I'm assuming that the board wrote these for themselves. Under the first goal, year-round housing, bullet number 2 for the objectives, build a collaborative network with nonprofit and for-profit developers seeking to promote opportunities for affordable, attainable, and workforce housing. It's in your own goal and objective, but it was deliberately left off of the RFP. And that just speaks volumes about the density. The density is all we've talked about. And to leave it off and to say that it's, to get the creative juices going for the developer is nonsense. It's smoke and mirrors. It's to get as much density as possible. That's what the trust wants. That's what they have wanted from the beginning. I think this played out exactly the way the trust wanted it played out. It's exactly how this was going to end up. The trust wants as much density as possible. They want, the AMI for meeting houses is far too large, in my opinion. You wanted community input, you wanted the surveys, you wanted the engagement sessions, you got all that, you got the input. And now another ploy is to wait to talk about the density, and then we'll get input later. No, you're going to ram through as much density as possible in both of these parcels. There's not a lot of land in Chatham. These two have come up, and if you mess this up and go big guns on all the density, I can guarantee you it's going to impact future projects. And by the trust having the amount of power that they do right now, I think is a liability to the board. I think the board is going to take the hit for this. The board is going to be poorly reflected upon in terms of your integrity and your credibility and your trust. Trust from the public that you're not going to get back. So the density issue is a subject for now, not for later when it's already gone through. And I'd like to see you put in the nonprofit developers in the RFP. I was a little taken aback with the RFPs in general. But, and I was really stunned by taking out the nonprofit developers. And you've set it for a goal for yourself. So, and the only, I've never been involved in town government. I sit on the Health and Human Services Committee. I go to town meeting, I vote. I expected this to be done in a democratic fashion. And after going to the last two trust meetings and seeing what you have in the RFPs and your rush to judgment to get these things done and out, really isn't democratic at all. You had all the input. All we've talked about is the density, and then you conveniently don't address it. That's a problem for people, a lot of people. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go for one more hand in the audience, then I'm going to go back to the online. So in the back, yes. Mr. Pratt.
Good evening. The name is Bill Bystrom. I know it's getting a little late, and I hope I didn't fall asleep and interrupt anybody with my snoring if I did. If we continue a few more hours, you can have tomorrow's meeting at the same time and get everything done. You know, I just want to say that I take a contrary opinion to some of the speakers. I think the selectmen have done a very nice job. I respect all the selectmen. I think you all deserve kudos on what you've done. Running for selectman and being a selectman, you have to take into consideration the overall benefit for the entire community. It's not just one group of people. It's not your friends, it's not your neighbors, it's not maybe even someone you particularly agree in. It's running the town. And these people, as you can tell from all the hours they put in tonight, they take that very seriously. And I respect them very much for that, okay? My point of view is, in 2005, we had about 5.2 or 5.8% of the housing in Chatham was affordable. Last week, it was 4.8. We're losing affordable housing. We're losing affordable housing to a lot of different areas, to businesses that are buying up properties to try to get housing for their employees, which they need to run the community during the summer. The town can't hire enough people to fill all the positions that they have. I'm on the cemetery commission. We have 2 vacancies. We cannot find people that can afford to live and work in this town. It's a fact. So bottom line, I think, to me anyway, but I do have a bias, I admit, I'm in favorable of this. I think we need it. They're doing a good job. They're being honest. They're being transparent. They're saying exactly what they think. And you have to remember one thing. The majority of people at town meeting voted to establish a trust. It wasn't something that people did. They're going along with the wishes of the voters. And to me, all of them, whether I agree with them or I don't agree with them on all the issues, and I don't, I've got to hand it to them for doing this job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to pivot to online. I do see 3 hands up. I will let everyone speak, but I'm going to, at my discretion, call on names. So Nicole, is that Nicole Stern?
Yes.
I'll let you go ahead next, please.
Good evening. I have a letter to read from the West Chatham Association Corporation. Chairman Corey Metters, members, Chatham Select Board. The West Chatham Association Board of Directors supports a program that addresses Chatham's affordable housing needs for individuals, families, and seniors. We encourage you, as our elected officials, to maintain authority over this program for the purchase of land and the design of affordable housing to ensure that it fits into its neighborhood and maintains Chatham's historical character and tradition. We believe that the proposed RFPs before you tonight, as proposed by the Affordable Housing Trust for the former Buckley property and Meeting House Road property, are inappropriately dense. We ask the consideration be given to a lesser minimum number and that a maximum number be established so that potential developers understand our desire to continue the tradition, character of Chatham without negative impact to our environment, drinking water, and wastewater, and to the quality of life of either development's residents and neighbors. Chatham townspeople have always attempted to retain their links to the past and to protect and preserve their unique surroundings. They also want to help their neighbors, and it is for this reason that affordable housing initiatives have been successful so far. Getting residents on board seems like a critical strategy. Don't build too many, too big, and out of character for our neighborhoods. Community opposition could occur, as well as the loss of past goodwill. The townspeople are trying to do what's right for those who need housing. We hope that our full elected select board will consider our concerns and retain all authority over this program. Sincerely, David E. Burns, MD, President of the West Chatham Association, Inc., on behalf of the Board of Directors. And I also, nothing to do with West Chatham Association, but I would just like to add a few words of my own. You only get one opportunity to make a first impression. Let the townspeople know you've heard them, you understand their many concerns, and make every effort to keep their trust and support. You'll need it when moving forward with affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine, I'm going to let you go ahead if you would like.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have watched all of the Affordable Housing Trust meetings, the Housing Partnership and Housing Authority meetings. And I appreciate the idea here that you want to lower the temperature. But some of my comments are going on the assumption that it's going to come up again. Town council opinion states that both the Select Board and the Affordable Housing Trust are vested with legal authority to execute the development of affordable housing. The Affordable Housing Trustees were appointed by the Select Board based solely on their position that affordable housing is the priority in Chatham. Chatham voters elected the Select Board to represent their interests and the interests of the entire town. The reality is the Affordable Housing Trust is not required to take into consideration the financial impact of increased property assessments or increased operating expenses and capital projects over the next 5 years for drinking water, wastewater, the schools, waterfront projects, dredging, employee benefit increases, and health and public safety. Their only and sole mission is affordable housing. Decisions should not be made in a vacuum, giving sole discretion to an unelected body. During a Select Board interview of a current affordable housing trustee, he said he was, quote, not interested in pleasing people on the extremes and barring any legal barriers to go right through them, unquote. Them would be anyone who disagrees with the direction that he perceives, which is massive density, and the trust. Residents who disagree with the process or direction shouldn't be dismissed, shown disdain, ignored, characterized as extreme. It has a chilling effect on public participation and is why most are afraid to comment publicly. It is neither collaborative or inclusive of those who will live forever with potential unintended consequences and be expected to pay the yet undisclosed cost, whether it's the total number of units, the increased density impacting sufficient drinking water for current residents, or having been told repeatedly that local preference housing would be up to 70% of all units going to those who live, work, or have children in the school district, including town employees, young families, and seniors who wish to age in place. And that's what we were told. We find out only now that that is simply not the case. Only 30% of the units at 80% annual AMI income or below will qualify for local preference. Anything over 80% does not qualify, effectively gutting local preference to make it more financially attractive to prospective developers. That was the reason, because they get paid with grant money for having as many 80% or below, and to get subsidized housing inventory credit towards the 10%. That should not be our objective. Our objective should not be to make sure the developer makes money and that we maximize the density, rather than accomplishing what we were told, expected and needed, full-time residential year-round housing for families, seniors, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. The proposed RFPs are becoming seasonal workforce housing. And that is what's going to happen, and that was not what we expected. Affordable Housing Trust cannot possibly assess Chatham's current housing needs before the updated Chatham Housing Needs Assessment and the Housing Production Plan have been completed. The last housing production plan was done in 2018, and they're not going to be available until July for review. So that should have been the first step, not the last. We don't know what we need until those two studies are done. We need to stop sacrificing expediency to get this right. We need to get it right first. Chatham can and should do better. Not capping the number of units, squeezing in as many units and people as possible with limited privacy, sacrificing a stable quality of life so that families can stay rather than having to leave if they get a raise. If they exceed the AMI, they have to leave. With no ability to save towards buying a home, it results in a transient population and defeats the entire objective that we have been trying to encourage and achieve, which is a full-time community of people who will have their children go to our schools and for seniors to age in place. There is so much we don't know, and we're the ones that are going to have to live with it. You know, seniors aging in place, they've sold their homes. They've made a profit on that because they've owned it for 30 or 40 years based on the assessment. Well, that income that they derive from that investment goes towards their AMI, and they may not qualify. The select board not only shouldn't give up their legal authority at any point as elected officials who represent all constituencies and stakeholders, they should have the final say after the input from residents as to the number of units, the design, who will qualify, and what the cost to taxpayers will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine. All right, I'm going to pivot back to the in-house audience.
I think we need a seventh inning stretch here or something, but anyway, Carol Gordon from South Chatham. It's no surprise to you right now that Chatham residents want to see less density on the affordable attainment housing at Main Street and Meeting House Road. Repeatedly, citizens have come forward and continue to express their concerns about the density, yet still the max remains open to the developer's discretion. We have been told that most developers won't touch small projects such as 35 to 40 unit developments. Excuse me. That may be true, but there are developers who will. Brewster has a 25 or 28 cottage development for affordable housing, which is quite nice. It's also my understanding that that once the developer gives us his or her plans, if we decide that we want to change the number of that we may need to go back to town meeting for funds in order to make up the difference in density. So why not use a developer who will give us what we want? Leaving the max open to an even greater number of units is not what the townspeople want or expect, and won't encourage townspeople to want more developments for affordable housing. About 2 years ago, we were asked to complete a survey, and this is a survey that Gloria McPherson brought to our South Chatham Village Association annual meeting, August 26, 23, and it showed that 50% of the people wanted cottage developments. I have the survey here. Now, there may have been another survey since then, but this is the one that she brought to our annual meeting. So 50%, okay, why were we asked to complete a survey like this when the people's choices aren't being
You
considered?
heard it?
Excuse me? Oh, okay.
You watched it?
Hello?
Someone may want to mute.
Yes?
Okay, go ahead. I think you're fine.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. There's no hook.
Nope.
All right. So we want to have a development in keeping with the town's traditions and character. New affordable housing should be designed to fit into an existing neighborhood, so neither the appearance or location would identify them as affordable. Route 137 is the gateway to Chatham. Meeting House Road development needs to reflect the best that we can do. We look to you, our select people whom we voted to protect and preserve Chatham, to respect our concerns and send this RFP back to the drawing board so that it reflects the issues of Chatham citizens and that we have a max on that RFP. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Timpson?
Thank you for not making me last. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak during this very important discussion. I and all the citizens that I have spoken to are for affordable housing, but staunchly opposed to the Affordable Housing Trust Board's proposed 60 or more units for Buckley Gardens and Meeting House. We are also opposed to the RFPs that have already been sent out to prospective developers because they lack any attempt to cap or put a ceiling on the number of units requested. Such a document only encourages heavy density and developers that prefer urban apartment or tenement architectural designs. We, the taxpayers, paid Barrett Company to perform an online survey mentioned before. The results clearly stated a preference for low density. The Affordable Housing Trust has chosen to disregard these publicly researched findings. 90% of the attendees and speakers at the final public hearing spoke against 60 units. The message is clear. We believe that Chatham has a representative form of democracy, and we depend on our elected board of selectmen and women to listen to our voices and the Affordable Housing Survey findings. We do not expect this board to abdicate all powers to a 7-member volunteer board who have already spent millions to purchase land and now wish to act without further public town meeting or select board votes or involvement. The town council, Mr. Costello, has opined and clearly stated that due to the various funding sources for land purchasing, the select board does have the right to vote and involve themselves in planning and execution of the proposed affordable housing projects. For the Affordable Housing Trust to eliminate your citizens and your select board from further involvement is a blatant detour around democracy. Sadly, Mr. Costello, in his opine, then veers away from legal statute by suggesting all powers be vested in a single executive body. His defense of this undemocratic approach is that it would avoid potential unnecessary conflict and confusion. It would also avoid public participation and select board expertise. It would avoid free speech. It would avoid transparency and accountability. Already, the Affordable Housing Trust Board can meet privately with contractors, consultants, engineers, and nonprofit organizations with no meeting minutes or archival videos. This should not be allowed to happen. I implore you to consider carefully, and I thought you would vote tonight, and I'm glad that you are going to work together. I hope that really does work out for the entire adventure. Quickly moving from the legal questions to those who are actually looking for housing in our community. After canvassing at least 50 young adults, working in the medical industry, I can report that whether married or single, their first choice is to buy rather than rent a small house, not an apartment. The cottage community called Brewster Landing is a fine example of the preferable model. Rentals, which are a requirement for developers receiving affordable housing subsidies, are not sensible for these young people who want to put all their earnings and savings toward ownership. In rental environments, residents remain transient and historically move on to less expensive housing in other towns. For several years, we have listened to some select board members sell us on affordable projects, explaining they will house police, fire and rescue, and teachers. They used the word attainable, but now that has been dropped, and the word workforce has replaced it. Now it has become quite evident that either these local employees' salaries will be too high for the affordable ceilings, or the rent will be too high, and most of all, they must compete with applicants from off the Cape. One solution is to include Habitat for Humanity in a partnership with another developer. Habitat builds houses to sell, and they are interested in raising their salary ceiling higher than the 80% of AMI. Their houses cost hundreds of thousands less than the $630,000 per unit for Buckley Gardens that Barrett quoted to your boards. It is a possible way to include housing for salary earners over the AMI state-regulated affordable housing. Another solution is to contact the developer of Brewster Landing and negotiate a partnership with Habitat. We need 2 executive boards working on this very important project. It will set a precedent for future housing. If done well, it will encourage year-round growth. If done poorly, it will decrease that growth. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I'm going to go with one more in-house, Rick, and then I'll go back to online for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Levitt, West Chatham. Everything that I would have prepared to say has been said here tonight. And I have a couple of things, however, that I would very much like for you to consider. The RFPs do not deliver the full range of housing that Chatham needs. That's been brought out here repeatedly tonight. Chatham needs a wide range of housing, not just for people earning less than the average income, but many people who are earning much higher than the average income. It's unclear to me whether you were consulted when the added half-acre was purchased for the Buckley property. But if you decide now to share the purchase and preserve the 50-50 split that voters approved back in 21 when town meeting approved the initial purchase of Buckley property, you can place a warrant article on May's town meeting so that when the Buckley property does get developed, it will be 50% for the so-called affordable, people earning lower than the average income, and 50% for people earning higher than the average income. One of the proposals was half the proposed Buckley apartments will be one-bedroom. One-bedroom apartments don't help fishing families. Our police, firefighters, EMTs, teachers with families. Chatham needs affordable family housing. The Cape Cod Commission planners carefully studied the Cape's housing needs. They reported to us here a couple of months ago on their study. They point out that while there is a tremendous need for housing that is affordable for households earning below average, There is just as great a need for housing that is affordable for families earning above average income, and has been pointed out repeatedly here tonight, won't qualify for the state's housing program. The Commission concluded in a recent report that the state's limited housing program does not meet the Cape's diverse, and particularly Chatham's diverse housing needs. Chatham's Finance Committee concluded that Chatham's housing program needed to increase the supply of housing, both rental and ownership, across a spectrum of up to twice the average income. Town meeting voted and is expecting a 50-50 mix of affordable and attainable housing on Joe Buckley's homestead. I recommend that you pause this process until you are satisfied it meets all of our housing needs. We've been talking about voter preference studies. Yes, it was over 800 voters responded to it. And they're really not reflected in the RFPs. Chatham's housing program should strengthen our housing, our historic neighborhoods, not detract from them. We aren't building just houses and apartments. We're building neighborhoods and neighborhood centers. An earlier generation made the mistake of allowing strip malls, giant parking lots, and three-lane highways in West Chatham. West Chatham is a historic district. Instead of very large three-story apartment buildings, experienced Cape Cod Commission planners, Chatham's Planning Board, and professional architects and planners recommend small-scale multi-family housing, including cottage courts tightly clustered around open greens. The Commission's recommendation applies not only to the West Chatham Center, but also to historic South Chatham as well. The Planning Board's moderate density, we've talked about it here tonight, moderate density cap of 12 units per acre in West Chatham Center contrasts sharply with the Housing Board's density of 20 units per acre and higher with no cap. A lot of discussion here tonight about no cap. High density may be appropriate for Nantucket Island Center that rivals Hyannis in scale and density, but it is way out of scale with small West Chatham Center. And I have to take exception to comments here tonight. Putting a max in RFPs is very normal. With the help of my friend George Myers, who will speak here shortly, he did the research that shows that Howard's, Wellfleet, and Truro RFPs cap density at 8 to 10 units in their RFPs. And we know that Orleans capped Governor Prince density at 14 units per acre. We need to cap density in our requests for proposals. In their groundbreaking report on the Cape's critical housing shortage, Union Studio put the matter this way: missing middle, affordable, and attainable housing should be calibrated to the scale and style of surrounding built environment. 60 units on 3 acres of Buckley property is certainly not calibrated to the scale of West Chatham. And then finally, at a recent listening session, voters consistently repeated this common sense goal. I recommend that you work with the Housing Board to achieve that crucial goal. Again, missing middle, affordable, and attainable housing should be calibrated to the scale and style of surrounding development. And thank you.
Thank you, Rick. All right, I'm going to go online. George, you've been very patient. I'll let you go next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm George Myers, a resident of Venice, Florida, and a former Chatham resident, voter and summer resident. While I am concerned about density, I'm going to talk about attainable housing. Rick and I submitted a memorandum to you, which appears in today's agenda packet beginning at page 95. According to the analysis in our memorandum, there is a very clear, unambiguous, and unmistakable intent of Chatham voters to define attainable housing as housing that meets the needs of households with incomes up to 200% of the area median income, or AMI. That is the definition of attainable housing in Warrant Article 20, approved by a majority of Chatham voters at the 2021 annual town meeting. And it's also what they voted for and expected to be provided on the Buckley property. Chatham's Housing and Sustainability Director, who is also staff liaison to the Affordable Housing Trust, concurs in that definition. In her presentation at the 2023 Summertown meeting, she stated, quote, "Attainable housing is defined by the town of Chatham as housing for households earning up to 200% AMI," end quote. The Finance Committee is also states that the same definition for attainable housing. And that's stated in our perspective report that we attach with our memorandum. Because the town owns 1/3 of the former Buckley property, 1/3 of the town total housing units must be attainable housing up to 200% AMI. It is not an option, nor is it an acceptable alternative as the present Buckley Gardens RFP provides. It is a requirement that such attainable units be included in the RFP in the same ratio as the town's ownership in the property. It was originally 1/3 or 1/2, as was pointed out, but unfortunately it's been diluted to 1/3. We understand the Housing Trust insists on flexibility, but by including 200% AMI attainable housing only as an acceptable alternative, the rights and intentions of Chatham voters are sacrificed in the interest of flexibility. Town Council's January 16, 2024 opinion is relevant here. Specifically, as to the Buckley site, Town Council said, quote, "The ultimate classification of housing units created at the Buckley site as affordable and attainable should correspond with the ratio of the aggregate funds appropriated for and expended on the project," end quote. That also means the town's share will increase if the town appropriates additional funds and infrastructure to the project that exceeds that of the Housing Trust. Town Council's opinion also supports the conclusion that any future RFP for affordable and attainable housing on town-owned property or property jointly owned by the trust and the town must also include attainable housing up to 200% AMI in the ratio of ownership, unless the town or the select board specifies otherwise. We believe the existing Affordable Housing Trust statute does not authorize a housing trust to unilaterally issue RFPs such as the proposed Buckley Gardens RFP for housing in excess of 100% AMI. Accordingly, all housing trust RFPs that include any housing above 100% AMI will necessarily involve town-owned land and must be issued by the town or jointly with the town. Town Council's October 24, 2023 opinion is relevant to this issue. And finally, it is important to remember that the goal you set of 200 units of year-round housing in 5 years is not limited to affordable housing. That seems to be what the trust is doing. They're limiting their proposals to affordable housing. Your goal includes an attainable housing, up to 200% AMI, and an important but yet to be determined ratio with affordable housing. Until the general court enacts the proposed trust legislation of Article 20, the Housing Trust has no unilateral authority to advance your attainable housing goal. That must be accomplished by you and the town, as Orleans did with the Governor Prince Inn project. Orleans purchased the property with a 15% contribution by its Affordable Housing Trust. The Orleans Select Board then created a planning committee, which included 2 housing trust members. That committee took the lead in redevelopment and created a draft RIP for that project. Rick and I recommend a similar approach for Chatham's future combined affordable and attainable housing projects. Thank you.
Thank you. I see another hand online.
Mr. Chair, can I
Yes.
just ask?
Yes, please.
I see that Mr. Myers and Mr. Levitt's comments were included in the meeting minutes.
Correct.
I mean, in the packet.
Correct.
I'd like to see that the emails that we've been receiving from various residents in town, and also the Director of Housing Authority and the Chair of the Chatham Housing Partnership be included in the record as well.
Sure. You know, as I mentioned earlier, all the correspondence that have been coming in and earlier.
I hope it just clearly reflects, public comment.
Everything that's come in, I would like added to the packet, so we have
Thank you.
complete.
So we have Phil Richardson.
Phil, go ahead. Phil, can you hear us? All right.
His sound just went down.
So it went down. Okay, so I'm going to pivot back to the audience, and I would like to bring it back to the select board. I'll go call you. Yep, in the back. Ideally, I would like to bring it back to the board shortly.
Oh, I feel like I'm at the Oscars with a walk up to the mic. Thank you to the Select Board for your endurance in this meeting. My name is Amanda Bebrin. I'm the Director of Housing Advocacy at the Community Development Partnership. I had the pleasure of presenting to the Affordable Housing Trust with my boss and CEO Jay Coburn last month, a couple of months ago. We are the region's nonprofit community development corporation for the Lower and Outer Cape towns, and we promote, develop, and manage affordable housing and nurture small businesses and collaborate with business, nonprofit, and government partners throughout the region. And I want to thank both the Select Board and the Affordable Housing Trust for your diligence in this matter. Chatham and the Cape and the country has an affordable housing crisis that is worsening. And I think the need for housing across income levels is fairly well documented in your packet materials for this evening. I think it is worth noting that Chatham's average household income is $88,000. The income needed to purchase a house in Chatham is $363,000. There is a massive disconnect between what local people are able to earn and what housing actually costs. And I think that speaks to the need to make the most of every opportunity to create and preserve housing that comes in front of you. We work across the region. We follow 8 towns and all of the things that they work on. It's also really important to have clear roles and responsibilities, so I appreciate the discussion about who's in charge of what and what decision points need to be made. I think it's important also to point out that understanding the role of developers is also really important in this. So talking about the number of units that's going to be built and concerned about that, you want to leave yourself sort of an open end so that you have developers developers who respond to the RFP. It's my select board member, Shell, you made a football analogy earlier. This is a little bit like the Great British Bake Off. They tell you you need to bake a certain sort of cake or whatever and what ingredients you might have, but ultimately what you end up with is at the discretion of the baker, or in this case, the developer. You want to leave enough flexibility in the RFP for a developer to be able to come back and actually be able to create something. Otherwise, you run the risk if you want to balance stating the community's priorities and what's important, but not overstating it to the point where you foreclose anybody from responding to it. And I understand that there's an inherent sort of uncertainty in that, right? You want residents to be able to imagine a little bit what could be there, but you don't really know what you're going to end up with until you put the RFP out. So there's this sort of inherent tension of, yes, you're asking people to commit to something without knowing every single detail. And that it's tricky, and it requires constant communication and engagement that is important. Someone also has to make a decision at the end of the day. At the CDP, we have a stance of both and yes and wherever possible. And I would like to remind the Affordable Housing Trust, the Select Board, residents watching and listening, not to put all your eggs in these two baskets. It is really important for you to work towards your housing goals. You also don't need to feel pressure to meet every single one of your housing needs in these two projects. You're going to work at what you can and keep moving it forward in whatever ways that you can. Having complexes that have a mix of income is really important, and that's a great best practice. One of the big challenges with attainable or workforce housing is that there's no money that comes along with it. Affordable housing up to 80%, there's tax credits that developers can seek to make those units pencil out. Once you get above that, the answer is sort of that the town's going to put up the money to be able to make those units work. They're all things that should be considered as part of your housing strategy, whether or not they fall into this project, another project, whether it's the Affordable Housing Trust that has the purview or it's individual development. They're all part of the housing toolbox, and I would encourage you to consider them all. This has been a very long meeting. I would just like to also say I'm very involved in town government myself, but it's also not lost on me that the reason I consider myself like Cape Cod young, I'm 35. The reason I'm able to be here this late on a work and school night is because this is my job. And in your decision making, someone else mentioned, you do have to think about everyone. And often the people who most need housing are the people who are least able to come and advocate for themselves. So thank you for all of your deliberations. And we are at least going to leave, and I hope your meeting gets to wrap up shortly as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With that being said, I'm going to bring it back to the board. It is getting late, and we still have several more items on the agenda. I'd like to I think we've got a lot of input, thoughts from the board.
A good discussion. I want to reemphasize what I said at the outset. We heard from the community. Some people don't necessarily entirely believe us, me, but this is going to be a collaborative effort. There's going to be no step taken that we're not all going to have vetted and had a shot at. We may not agree, but we will all have a shot at it, and we are going to be listening all along the way to the input that we get from the community.
I'm going to make one comment about the density issue, because that's going to probably be the biggest buzzword around all this, is if the RP goes out without a cap, I just want to be prepared. I just want to get it out in the open. We will start thinking and preparing and positioning ourselves, because we're going to have some kind of idea of where our threshold is, because the developer that's going to come in, it's profit making for them, and it's time, and they don't want to waste too much time with us. So if we get the RPs out, and we're fortunate enough to get a variety of proposals out there that we can kind of digest and process, I want to be able to act on those in a timely manner and not get tied up in too much politics, and work this out collaboratively to move it forward in a timely manner. I do not want to get into a power struggle, and I don't want to get into delays, because we all understand how important these things can be to move forward. So this is my 2 cents worth. Dean.
Yeah, I just wanted to address 2 points in the RFP, and I wanted to ask a question of Shireen and Mike. First one, Ms. Hicks asserted that the RFP does not include nonprofits. I'm assuming she was talking about the first line where it says you're seeking proposals from qualified developers. I don't know, she's not here, so.
Now, Dean, I don't know what she meant. I bridled a little bit at her comment. Originally, and I don't remember whether it was both of them or just one of them, but originally, at least one, if not both of the RFPs had a limitation that we would only accept proposals from nonprofit developers.
Okay.
Question was asked, why? I don't honestly remember what the rationale was, but there didn't appear to be any rationale, and everybody looked around the table and we all agreed that that was not a limitation that we wanted to impose. So essentially we said, we will accept proposals from for-profit developers as well as nonprofit developers.
So that was going to be my question. Does the phrase qualified developers in your intent include nonprofit?
It includes any qualified developer, whether they're in business for profit or not for profit.
The next point, and then I'll ask my broader question. With respect to the issue of density, and there are several places you pointed it out. And by the way, I appreciated your slide presentation. I really did. I thought that was very helpful. You mentioned that it uses the word mid-density or something like that. And the word density appears several times. There's one sentence where it's used with the expression of a preference, and that is on page 3, and I'm looking at the Main Street, but I think it's the same in both. Under development objectives, in the second paragraph in the last line, it says the number of units, 36, is based on a community engagement process conducted throughout 2023 and early 2024, and should be considered a base number with preferred consideration for additional density. So I guess I wanted to focus on the word preferred, because that sort of suggests that's the direction you want to go, as opposed to saying, hey, we'll look at everything. Am I misreading that, overreading it?
No, you're not misreading it. I think what I want to say is, it's kind of like if you take a microscope and you zero down into one thing to the exclusion of everything else that you could be looking at from a higher altitude, that's going to be the focus. If you read the entire RFP as a whole, and particularly those things that emphasize a number of things that address the concerns that we've heard here tonight, I mean, for example, nobody's mentioned the fact that there is a line in both of them that talks about having deed-restricted year-round occupancy, okay? Nobody mentioned that here tonight, and I'm not suggesting they should have, but there are a whole bunch of requirements, including the idea that this be something that fits in with the surrounding community. I do think probably there is some difference of opinion between, I'll say, me, and to some extent perhaps the board, on the one side, and the community members who feel like we are hell-bent to put 60 units on these properties no matter what. That just, I mean, all I can do is say that's not true. All of us, I'll say it myself, this is the first time I've said it publicly, we were quite surprised to see the picture of 60 units at the Buckley property. I think if we can get a proposal that solves all of the requirements that we're looking for, including particularly fitting into the neighborhood, including particularly something that we think, and indeed that the community says, well, maybe that's not so bad after all, maybe the way they did about the West Chatham roundabouts once they saw what they really were. I know that's a little bit pie in the sky, but for the moment, the idea is to get something back, look at it, some things back, look at them, and see, how do they work in terms of all of our requirements, not just density? Whether it's going to be, I think our own planning board, by the way, our own planning board did not settle on 36. That's, I don't mean 36, 12 units per acre. There was some pretty strong opinion that maybe that number was too low. And there are a bunch of reasons why they left it the way it is, and I'm not going to get into that. But we're going to take all those things into consideration when we have something to look at, and that's all I can say.
No, I appreciate everything you've said, and I read both RFPs word for word, and all the stuff that you talked about is in there, including fitting the character of the town. It's recited several times, and I applaud that. This is the only sentence where there appears to be a skew to a density. If I'm a developer and I'm looking at that, I'm saying, okay, they're saying at least 36, but they really want me to bring in more. That's how I read that sentence. If the word preferred, if the adjective preferred were not in that sentence, I wouldn't be looking at that sentence.
If I were a
how
developer,
important it is, that's all.
if I were a developer, and I'm not, but I would interpret that as saying, look, if you want to do something a little bit more dense, we'd entertain it. That you don't come back with all single-family homes.
Why
Because we
prefer?
want some housing.
Why say you prefer?
Well, I'm not saying you prefer it, it's just,
That's
it's
how I
okay.
read that.
I know, but a developer say, well, they don't want, if you say, I don't want any density at all, they're gonna say, no mas, we're not interested.
If you took the word preferred, if you took the word
Dean,
preferred out.
Dean, I am not going to negotiate one word here at this stage of the game. You heard, David, there was a spirited debate over 40 versus 36.
I watched it.
Okay, so you know that. And I think the best thing I can say is, I'm speaking for me, but I think most people would agree, on the board would agree with that we have, at the moment, what is it, 2.5 million, give or take, invested in these properties. We're looking at a timeline here at best of 2 to 3 years, probably maybe even a little more. There is a desire to make sure that we make not maximum use of these properties, but best. And in the context of the town investing in housing. It's not about the 200 unit objective. It's not about the SHI. It's about make the best use that is tasteful and economical and meets the needs that we're trying to meet. And yes, 36 or 35 is a minimum. If we said hoped for, it would be consistent with whatever the word is that you're choking over here, preferred. Believe me, we're going to get what we get, and people are going to be looking for ways to make best and highest use of the property. That's all I can say.
Let me ask my broader question. What, if anything, are you looking for from the select board tonight?
Says discussion.
Yeah, I think, a full understanding of where we are, recognizing that we're going to be back at this. We're going to have the same roundtable kind of discussion when we have proposals in front of us.
Can I weigh in on that too?
Well, can I just ask the follow-up question?
Okay,
Go ahead. You
Well, there's a lot of, going back here, and I apologize, but when we started out the conversation, it was about collaboration, and I think that sitting here all tonight, that's what we've been doing. We've been discussing this, listening to the community. I mean, all of us, this is our beloved town. We don't want to mess it up. And so, we have the Affordable Housing Trust that sits and brings something to the table, and we are having a collaborative discussion, and I think that's, I want to continue that to happen.
So, thank you. So my question is, does that mean that the RFPs are not final yet, or are they going out? What is the intent of the staff?
No, our belief and understanding here, and the last place I want to be is legal, but our belief and understanding was that we were commissioned to do RFPs and get them out. They're ready to go out. And unless something happens to prevent that, they will go out so that we can stay on a timetable that will facilitate the financing that we need to, and that the developers are going to need to make proposals.
Well, I can count, and I know if there were a vote tonight on whether to endorse your RFPs, it would probably pass 3-2, I'm guessing. So I'm not going to offer any, put any motion on the table, but I will say this. If the RFPs, once the RFPs go out and the responses come in and they're evaluated by the trust, and you come up with something that is beyond the acceptability of the town as perceived by members of this board, you'll have some trouble.
And I'm going to say, you can count and I can read a room. Shireen and I both can read. Shireen probably can read the room better than I can. She's been here longer, by a long shot.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying, if you want something that's going to be workable, it's going to have to be reasonable. And we can debate what's reasonable. That's a range. I stated earlier at the beginning what I thought the order of magnitude should be for that particular part.
All right, I think this has been a very long and beneficial conversation. We needed to, probably should have this conversation earlier on, but so be it. We're here. The RFPs will likely go out tomorrow, I would assume. And I think we just need to be prepared to continue to work collaboratively and be prepared to address the density element if it comes to a more political crossroads. I mean, this is the simple reality of it. That's how I look at it. But I want to do everything in our power to keep this thing moving and not have a building get tied up on other political issues. They want to come in and build it, make their money, be efficient with their time, provide a good quality product for the town, and hopefully be able to come back and do another project down the road. So I'm not looking for any delays, but I am very conscious of the concerns that are out there that this body, the select board, whether it be us five or five other people down the road, are responsible for. So that's just how I feel. So I think it was a good discussion tonight. We still have a couple more agenda items tonight, so unless anyone has any closing comments, I'm fine to move on. All right, as I'm losing my voice. All right, item D, we are rolling tonight. Approve and sign the warrant of the 2024 presidential primary.
Mr. Chair, so we need a motion to sign the warrant for the presidential primary election and to do so in black pen, if you would sign it tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
I move that the board sign the warrant for presidential primary.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, Select Board Member Castro.
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens.
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell.
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. We have reappointments, first to the registrar, and then second to the constable. I will entertain the sole motions on each of them.
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request that we reappoint the following registrar, Ethel A. Shafter, until June 30th, 2027.
Do I hear a second? Further discussion? All those in favor, Select Board Member Nacastro.
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis. Select Board Member Dykens.
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell.
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. Constable.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request that you reappoint the following constable, Paul Tavalone, until June 30th, 2027.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor, Select Board Member Nacastro.
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens.
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell.
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. Last item is the release of the executive minutes for the Skiaba Construction Fish Pier contract claims. Just kind of not saying a housekeeping, but we gotta, these are prepped. Town council has looked at them, reviewed them, and they are ready for release. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the select board vote to approve and release the executive session minutes on Shelby Construction Fish Pier contract claims for the following dates: January 11th, 2022, April 19th, 2022, May 10th, 2022, November 7th, 2022, August 24th, 2021, and October 21, 2019, as presented by our executive assistant.
Thank you very much. I hear a second.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor, Select Board Member DeCastro.
Aye.
Select Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens.
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell.
Abstain.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. And I will scurry along for our last motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Yes, thank you. Select Board Member DeCastro. Select Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Select Board Member Dykens.
Aye.
Select Board Member Shell.
Aye.
And Select Board Member Metter says aye. Good night, everyone. Thank you for your viewing patience tonight.
Good pleasure.
Thank you.